Hello, my heathen nerdy friends. See, I had that all ready to go, and I already fucked it up. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the D&D Yule-themed, flavored, tasty game of gameness. Y'all, I'm gonna run a game here. This is bad to start. But anyway, hi, welcome. We are here to play some D&D, and we are here to irreverently honor our pagan gods. So, if that is not your cup of tea, then you're probably in the wrong place. But you're welcome to stay and see what happens anyway. I would like for my players to go around, introduce yourselves, who you are playing, and maybe throw out a plug for your social, since we are all TikTok people. I'm going to call out who's going first because it is so much easier to do that, and we're going to go based on my Zoom, and I just fucked up the Zoom. So, John, why don't you take us away first?
Hi, guys. I'm John. I'm playing Ulf Thorason tonight. I go by King Polar Bear on most social medias, do dad jokes and silly D&D skits.
Cool. Blaze, why don't you take us away?
So I'm Ignis. I am playing a Fire Genasi Fighter Sorcerer combo, which is new for me. I go by either Vampire Blazewing or the Vampire Viking. You can find my link tree at lanktr.ee/blazewing2010.
Fabulous. Meg, why don't you go next?
Yep, I am Meg on social media. I am Stigicorn. Tonight I am playing an Ice Genasi sorcerer, and her name is Scotty.
Awesome. Revan, why don't you go next?
Hello, I am Lord Revan. On TikTok, I am Lord Revan30. I do D&D content. I've been in the community for almost 30 years. This is Clyde. He is my shoulder rat today. I will be playing a female half-orc barbarian named Freya. And as to any other social things, it's currently on a hiatus, but I do have the Shadowhearth Society, which is my own TikTok thing, or Twitch thing, where I have my own campaign and everything like that, but that's getting kind of reworked at this point.
I feel that in my very soul. Speaking of I'll get to mine in a minute. Sarah, why don't you go next?
Hi, I'm Sarah, or Dungeon Mistress C on TikTok and a bunch of other socials. I do mostly D&D content. I don't know. I do a little bit of everything. Otherwise, tonight I'm going to be playing Bryn Frostcourt, who is going to be an Eladrin cleric sorcerer combo, domain knowledge, and divine soul sorcerer.
Love that. And last but absolutely not least, Carmel, why don't you take it?
I'm Carmel. I am going to be playing a changeling named ALO, who is currently in the form of a fawn, just kind of running around, trying out something new, doing the whole druid thing. I'm normally a big Leroy Jenkins, run in, smash things, and, bathe in the aftermath kind of person, but...
One-shots are a beautiful place to try new things, so... And if you were not aware, I am the blind GM, the blind heathen, though they're both things that I am, because two things can be true, something that I constantly have to remind myself. You can find me at either of those on TikTok and most social media. I do not tweet anymore because of the hellscape that has further become, but you can find me on TikTok, Insta, sort of on Facebook, under most of those. This Twitch channel that you are currently watching has been on a bit of a hiatus in and of itself. One for just mental health stuff, one just because I wanted to really revamp a bunch of things, but we will be coming back with regular streams starting in the new year. Our first stream, I believe, is January 6th, which was a mini arc that we pre-recorded, and it should be a very good time. So, without further ado, let's get into it. I gave my players a little bit of an idea of what we're... Oh, sorry, one additional thing. This is for anybody in the chat. In my chat, in my chat, you can. Oh wow, words are hard. The alcohol is not helping. Um, in my chat, there are channel points, and you can redeem channel points to earn or to give things. Some of them are sound alerts, some of them are other stuff, but most importantly, is the one that is the reroll. Reroll point redemption. If you redeem a reroll, you can declare which of the players, including myself, you would like to give the reroll to, and then they can reroll. Now, bearing in mind, Twitch definitely has a delay. It's not a huge delay, but it is enough of a delay that if you do it in the moment, we may not see it right away. I will also take that into effect. But you have the capability of doing that. You just redeem channel points. Thank you for the Wilhelm scream. Did Brian enter the chat? Is that what's happening? My buddy Brian always does the Wilhelm scream whenever he enters the chat. Nope, that was Phoenix. All right, sounds good. So, if you want to redeem a reroll, you may absolutely redeem a reroll. Just make sure in the chat to declare who that reroll is going towards. Everybody's name is up. Should be able to see. Just for the time being, I am going to throw all of our TikTok socials up on the screen because I can.
You in
So
fact
if
have
y'all want to follow us on TikTok, that is where you find us. So, I had mentioned to these lovely players that it was sort of an alternate history, like Earth history.
Hydrate.
I will absolutely hydrate, but if I don't know if my players can hear this, but there are people using sound alerts. I'm going to hydrate, but it's with booze. I had informed these lovely folk that they were going to be playing in an alternate history Earth around the 8th or 9th century AD with magic and elves and orcs and all of the things. What I have not told these individuals is that, technically speaking, we are not playing on Earth. All of these individuals are denizens of Asgard. You all live on the plane of existence that is inhabited by the Norse pantheon of the gods. And the reason why you are here is you all died at some point in your life. And even though you have lived what was referred to as sort of a warrior's life, you did not die in combat, thus allowing you to be selected to go to either Folkvanger or Valhalla. But rather than send you to Helheim, the Aesir are testing out a new policy of sort of a purgatory type of thing, where you have the opportunity to earn your place at either Freya or Odin's table. And until such a time as you are deemed ready to take this, your soul inhabits the area around, the area within the walls of Asgard, but outside of the castle and the palace of the gods, where Odin reigns, in his king god capacity. So that is what you all are doing in Asgard. I mentioned again in kind of our preamble that everybody kind of nominally knows who everybody else is, very much like the notion of it's a small town, so everybody knows everybody. This applies very much the same here. Asgard, there are not a ton of sort of lost souls, so to speak. So as such, you all at least know of each other. Whether or not you've had any past interactions or whatever is kind of up to you. It does not have any real bearing on what is happening right now. So, let's start. Let us start with Ulf. What are you doing? Where are you right now?
Ulf would be somewhere public, telling people's fortunes, reading the stars.
Okay. The small village that sits just outside of the castle walls is a great place for fortune telling, for telling people's futures, for reading the stars. The downside to that is the fact that the Aesir have access to the Norns, which tend to be really, really fucking accurate. Um, so business is a little slow. Admittedly, the Norns are only accessible by the Aesir and some of the Vanir, so the gods themselves. So when people, don't have access to that, they come to you. So you are standing in the midst of this open town square. Um, the Yule is rapidly approaching, so the square is somewhat decorated to reflect that. There's goats and rams' heads kind of over doorways and the like. There are stockings set by door frames with hay already in them, waiting for Sleipnir. There are people coming and going. The snow, which is sort of always perpetually falling in Asgard, and it's very rarely does the weather change all that much. It's always sort of like a gentle snowfall with those kind of. I'm Minnesotan, so I don't know how much of a related, like how broadly relatable this is. But like it's warm enough that you have the big, like chonky snowflakes, but not so cold that you're freezing your nuts off. Um, which is sort of a sweet spot for anybody that lives in kind of the northern climes. We like that, but also we hate shoveling it. So um, you are standing sort of on your corner right now, sort of telling the future a little bit to a group of small kids. Um, you usually do this for some variety because there's no money to speak of. Like money doesn't change hands in Asgard, but you often do it for like food and for that sort of thing, like things that you can't normally just easily access or get. But occasionally, when there's like a group of kids like there are in front of you right now, you'll just do it pro bono because you're not a terrible person. Um, uh, so that is what you were doing. Let's jump over real quick. Blaze, Ignis, what are you doing in Asgard?
Ignis, probably trying to see if there's any maybe odd jobs that need to be helped out with around town. If not, probably over near town center, trying to see what's going on tonight, saying hi to folks, being somewhat sociable.
Okay. Okay, so you've just gotten done uh, doing a small repair job on one of the homes in this sort of town square where Ulf is doing his fortune telling. You sort of shake hands with the owner, well, at least the denizen of this home. You're not really sure how ownership works here. It's never really been made clear to you. Just everybody sort of seems to have their place, um, and they exist very happily in that place. The only, I guess, real difference is sort of the lost, which is what you are. Um, they have a place, but they don't necessarily live peacefully in that place. Not to say that there's violence, not to say that there's a lot of fighting. I mean, there happens to be if there's drinking involved, but it's not aggressive or by any stretch. It's all very good natured. But you've just finished up some small repairs. Nothing major. You shake hands with the denizen of this particular home, and you step out to the street with the snow kind of coming down, sort of landing on your fiery hair, and immediately evaporating. So every time you walk through the snow, there's sort of always this sound as you're walking down the street. Um, so that's where you are right now. Um, Meg, Scotty, Where are you right now?
Um, is there a tavern or anything close to where I'm at?
Absolutely.
Yes. All right. I'm going to head for a tavern.
Okay.
And before I go in, I'm going to make a little snowman outside the tavern
So
for decoration.
you walk down the street and you see kind of across the way a couple of other of the lost, who you vaguely know. You see Ulf, you see Ignis. Ignis, they step out and you see the steam kind of rising off of Ignis's like just general body. The snow falls, and despite the fact that you're moving and you are a creature of actual like flesh and bone, snow still seems to kind of accumulate on you, despite the fact that you are a living, breathing, warm-blooded creature theoretically.
Mhm.
But you still have just a perpetual like dusting of snow on your body as you walk down the street and you see the tavern, which at this point it's getting to be almost twilight, um, and is already just starting not full at this point, but it's getting there. There's a fair number of people. You hear some very lively music from within. Um, and yeah, so you kind of walked down the street. You see the very warm fires of this. You see the other lost. And that's where you're at. Freya, tell me where you're at.
So I feel like Freya is probably going to be, since we're kind of in an area with a bunch of other individuals like ourselves. She's probably going to be doing some small stuff around, either cutting wood for the local tavern, or would be coming back from a hunt.
Okay.
I'll leave that up to you.
We'll go with the best of both worlds. You were out hunting earlier today, and you came back to donate. You were out hunting in the endless wood that surrounds the borders of Asgard, and you've returned with one of the many immortal boar that populate the endless wood. They die, are cooked, are consumed, and then rise again from their bones the next morning to be hunted again. Very much in the vein of the uh, Einherjaren within Valhalla. So you returned earlier today with the boar that you had struck down and are currently chopping some extra wood for the tavern owner as a way of sort of repaying them for their kindness. You sleep in a room above the tavern in and of itself that you pay for by doing odd jobs, providing the boar, providing food, etc. For the tavern. So that's where you're at. So Sarah, Bryn, where are you at?
Bryn would be also in kind of the courtyard near Ulf with the kids, but kind of either sequestering off some of the older children or the ones that weren't actively getting their fortunes told. It would be telling stories about their travels and using like different spells and effects to kind of dramatize the events. Whether the events are true is completely questionable, but it's telling great tales.
That's fair. The children gathered around you after some of them after having had their fortunes told. Some of whom just kind of gravitated more towards you than fortune teller. Um, Listen and ask questions, asking if as you tell stories of the Feywild and the fairy realms in general. They ask questions about the various different things, and if they are in fact related to the Svartalfs, the dwarves, etc. And you find yourself having to kind of explain the differences between the more Celtic Tuatha style Fey versus the Norse mythological version of the Fae, which just kind of like it blows their minds. Like they're just kind of there's other kinds of fairies. Like they're just um, and it is absolutely just kind of, it's fun to watch. It's fun to see their little, because it's not that it's not that they don't accept what you're saying. It's that it never occurred to them that there might be another way, right?
Mhm.
And so it's just kind of fun to watch their little minds just kind of, as their eyes get really wide. It's lovely. And last but not least, Carmel, Aiello. There we go. Aiello, what are you up to?
Well, more than likely I'd be up a tree. Uh, just sort of absorbing behaviors, people, things. Just kind of out of the way. Not specifically hiding, but also obviously not part of the crowds.
Okay.
Just watching people go here, there. It's kind of checking out the snow.
So-
Not really a fan.
would you be in the area where the other folk are, or would you be kind of removed? Like, would you be in the town square but up a tree?
If there was a nice fluffy tree, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of the center of town. So in most, I guess, like southern European towns, the town square is usually around like a well or something to that effect. But in a world where, honestly, water is not the primary means of hydration, because let's face it, mead is. The center of town is sort of built around a massive ash tree, sort of reminiscent of Yggdrasil, the tree of life. Now, this is not Yggdrasil. This is just an ash tree, so you're not like desecrating anything by climbing in it. But you definitely find a comfortable place to kind of people watch as you are seated in the tree, looking down at everything going on. You're watching the children like get their fortunes told. You're watching the children's minds get blown. You're hearing the music coming from the tavern. You're seeing all of this stuff. You see the ice genasi moving, making her way to the tavern, and you're kind of taking all of this in as this is going on. As you are all standing, doing your various different things in the square, very suddenly there is a loud and significant blast of sound that comes from the palace, the castle that houses the gods, where Odin rules Asgard from. You recognize it as the sound of a giant ram's horn being blown. It's the sort of thing that happens rarely, but everybody kind of knows what it means. It means something significant has happened, and news of this is going to be delineated at some point. So you see the other townsfolk start to move and gravitate. If they already weren't on their way to the tavern, they are now. As the tavern sort of functions as the town meeting hall on top of its sort of main social structure. My question to you is, do you go along?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I see,
I'm already heading that way.
I mean, the tavern's my living room, so might as well.
I see no reason not to.
Grab up his dragon's bones off the floor and drag his feet, but make his way.
Fair enough.
I'll kind of watch most of the crowd go and then kind of trail behind slowly.
Okay. You all, one by one, make your way into the tavern. The tavern has sort of a TARDIS-like quality in that it's always bigger on the inside. It seems to always be just big enough to fit everybody that needs to fit. Because gods and magic and Asgard. And you all walk in one at a time, with Aiello being kind of the last one through the door. which you step in and kind of pull it close behind you and kind of hang back in the wings a little bit. You see you see the tavern owner, a sort of rotund woman, presenting in her middle years, but it's again in Asgard. It's kind of hard to tell. Like she could be thousands of years old. You don't know. Um, but she's sort of cherubic in her aspect, rosy cheeks, very friendly, sort of a Mrs. Claus esque vibe to her. Like everybody's mom, everybody's grandma, always has a plate of cookies, always has something sweet for the kids to eat, like that sort of thing. But you see her just kind of bustling around behind the bar, like doing some cleaning or whatever. Because she realizes that one of the Aesir is going to be here presently to explain what's going on. And sorry, I'm just checking something real fast. So you standing about inside the tavern, seeing her moving around, Carmel, I'm sorry, I'm going to try to use character names. ALO, you were the last one through the door. You pulled the door closed kind of behind you, but you're staying close to the door so that you have easy egress if you need it. But you see, real quick, just going around, what are your passive perceptions?
18.
Mine is a 12.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
13 here.
Okay.
Mine's an 11.
17.
Nice. I'm going to say, with the exception of the yellow, who's right by the door, everybody that has like a 14 or better, you hear the door, you kind of perceive the door, either you hear it, you see it, whatever. You hear the door kind of open quietly. By and large, most of the people in the room are focusing kind of on the tavern owner, not the door. But yeah, if you have a 14 or better on your passive perception, you see the door open and close, and you see a tall, broad-shouldered, humanoid male with a polar bear head, and sort of like hairy, like an anthropomorphic polar bear wearing clothing, steps into the room. You all recognize this as the Aesir known as Forseti, the Norse god of law and community. Aello, you actually see this as, because you're standing right by the door. You see him kind of walk in, and you see him kind of turn and look to you. And even as he kind of looks at you, you see he's like in one hand he's got like a big old stein, which you can tell is very very much full. And he kind of looks down at, he looks over at you, and very much he's close to 8 feet tall. Like he's this big like polar bear man. But you see him kind of look down at you, and this sort of low voice sort of rumbles. It seems that everybody has assembled. Do you think they're ready to hear what I have to say?
I'm willing to hear anything. Depends on who's talking here, you or your cups.
He laughs. He's like, I've been drinking most of the day, so both? At which point he literally holds out his stein to you and says, "Here, hold my mead." Um, do you take it? Yeah, to you, it's like a fucking like a small keg, basically. And it is, as you take it, like it is full. But you see him kind of step through, and the crowd sort of parts around him as he steps forward. And everybody's kind of paying attention. Yeah, you put it down kind of on the table next to you. The table sort of creaks a little bit under the weight. And yeah, so he steps forward. You all see him walk through the crowd, kind of step in front of the bar, kind of glances at everybody. Everybody's sort of the crowd, which has been sort of talking and milling about, sort of hush as he steps forward. And he stands there and just waits until the room is quiet. So, and you see as he's scanning the crowd, he makes eye contact with each of you, with Ulf, with Ignis, Scotty, with Freya, with Bryn, with Aiello. The time has come for some of the lost to earn their place. Depending on how well you do, will earn your spot in Valhalla or Folkvanger. Or if you're really fucking good at what you do, Glitnir, but that's a different story entirely. As you know, Yule is close at hand. The Wild Hunt is tomorrow night. And Sleipnir has gone missing. Odin can't very well walk on the Wild Hunt. And you see he says this with a little bit of, like, there's a little bit of sardonicism to his voice. Like, can't be bothered to fucking walk like the rest of us fucking plebs, but doesn't say it.
I'd like to just casually raise my hand, look over. How do you lose 8-legged horse?
That, my dear Ignis, is a very good question. And that, I think, is possibly where you should start. I think the person that might have some idea of how one would lose an 8-legged horse is the person you should start with.
Obviously. Just deadpan.
You see he gestures, and you recognize that he is gesturing to the 6 of you. The whole room picks up on it, and he gestures you forward.
Ray will step forward, bow her head respectfully.
Before I agree to this, has anyone asked Loki?
Y'all, we blame a lot on Loki. I don't necessarily think it's his fault when I move up to the front.
Mystery solved. Loki did it.
It is
It
his.
would be something that he would do, especially right before the Wild Hunt.
It is an old proverb of our people, Loki, you little shit. So it might be a good starting point.
So, no, nobody asked Loki.
At this point, my friend...
Maybe it's his weekend with the kid.
At this point, my friend Ulf, nobody has asked because nobody has been tasked with the job. Are you prepared?
To ask questions? Absolutely.
Ulf will roll his dragon bones.
Okay.
Cast augury.
Sounds good. You cast augury. What specifically are you auguring?
How is this going to go for us?
In general or specifically?
In general.
In general, it's going to go... So you roll the bones. Bones kind of crack. Or are you rolling them on the ground, or are you rolling them on the bar top? Where are you rolling these?
Right on the table in front of me.
Okay. So you roll the bones. The dragon bones kind of roll and tumble and fall. And as you sit there and read them with your skill, you recognize that there is no discernible reply. Now, you get as you're kind of watching the bones and you're reading it. And again, you've had years years of experience interpreting the bones and knowing that woe and wheel and what have you, you recognize that what you do specifically in this instance is going to greatly affect the outcome. Going on this quest in and of itself is not going to be bad or good. It's what you do on this quest that is going to determine that. And as you have not yet embarked, there is no answer. I'm going to tell you this right now. As you interpret this rule, I'm going to say that you feel the power, the mana sort of return to you. Take back your spell slot. I gave you a non-answer. I'm not going to punish you for that.
That was odd. That's never happened before.
Versetti just kind of has that slight enigmatic and somewhat mischievous smirk on his face.
Performance issues.
I feel as though perhaps your actions will dictate whether weal or woe is achieved. Do you have any other questions before I send you out? I presume to speak to Loki.
We are going to be speaking to the Aesir. What authority do they have or that we have that will allow us to be able to speak to them or them even give us an answer?
That is a very good question, Freyr. As you go out, understand that when you speak with my authority. Conduct yourselves as appropriate.
So to get shit faced first. That's what I'm hearing. All right. My question was, when was the last time the horse got seen?
The horse was seen in his stable this morning.
Okay.
Where can we find Loki?
Loki is where he usually is this time of year. There is a small grotto somewhat south of here where he tends to spend his time before Yule. You'll find him there, most likely.
Thank you.
Can I actually ask an above-the-table question?
Absolutely. What do you got?
So I understand Norse mythology. I understand Marvel mythology. Is Loki the fire Jotun or frost Jotun in this?
That is a good question.
I figured that we would generally know that living here.
I don't know that you would know. He is a Jotun. Whether or not you know he's fire or frost, I don't think you do actually know.
Okay, fair enough.
And thank you for not pronouncing the J. So, quick aside, the latest Harry Dresden book, Battleground, was involving a lot of Norse mythology, and the audiobook is read by James Marsders, Spike from Buffy. And he's wonderful, except for he pronounced every single J in all of the various Norse things, and it drove me absolutely batshit crazy the entire time. Like, it was, I almost couldn't get, like, I love Dresden Files, I love that book, but I almost couldn't get through it because Einhardjaren, you, James, you. Anyway, love you, James, you're wonderful, but seriously, it's not a J sound.
The director didn't correct him though, so
No, it's not, and it's not holistically his fault. I'm not saying that it is, but also. Anyway, completely. That is completely apropos of nothing. I apologize. It's just that's a little soapbox that I had to climb up on. So, back down below, or back down, not above table. Do you have any other questions?
I think I'm ready to go.
Wait,
Is
no,
I
is there
actually have a
anyone that
question.
Odin-
Did anyone ask Odin where his horse was?
Odin was the one that discovered the creature was missing.
Is there anyone whom Odin may have upset recently? Recently being the key word.
You mean today? No, no more so than usual, at any rate.
How very helpful.
The bottom line is, there are always going to be forces that will attempt to stop the wild hunt. Individuals that may be afraid that they find themselves in its path, as well as any number of other entities that simply wish to oppose the Allfather. That is a very long, long list. If you were to track down each of Odin's enemies, we would be here until, well, Ragnarok. So, is there anything else I can impart to you before you go on your way?
you don't happen to know where the horse is, do you?
I do not. That is a good question. I do not. I wouldn't be sending you to speak to Loki if I did.
Can you give us some mead to bribe Loki with if we need to?
Can I give you some what?
Mead.
Weed or mead?
With an M.
Okay. Like, look, I'm sure. There's no doubt in my mind that Loki smokes weed. None whatsoever. But I wanted to be clear what you were asking.
Yep, with an M. A liquid.
One does not become a god of trickery without smoking a bit of the devil's lettuce. You see he kind of glances over at Aiello. And you see he reaches out his hand towards you.
I look at it.
You had my mead. Do you not have my mead anymore?
You expected me to carry that thing up here.
Valid point. You see, he walks across the room, grabs the tankard of mead, walks back across the room, and hands it to Ulf.
Ulf will pull out an empty water flagon and just dip it in the mead and fill it up.
Okay. Yeah, you dip it in, and like as you fill the like the water skin full of the mead, you see the mead, the level goes down, but as you pull the water skin out, you see it immediately fills back up to the top.
I need to get me one of those.
I was thinking the same
That
thing.
is nifty.
Well, perhaps if you are successful in today's endeavor, this can be thrown into the pot as a possible incentive to win.
You had my interest before. Now you have my acceptance.
Wait, well, I guess we have our agenda. Let's go to the grotto.
As the mortals call it, I think that is Sally Forth.
Oh, question for the GM. Do we know our way around, or do we need like a map? Are we gonna need a map?
You know your way around.
Okay.
So, I suppose let's go find Loki.
All right, hang on one second. Apparently we have some trolls in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and take care of that here in a second here.
Yep, you do that. I'm actually going to go refill my mead horn. Give me 1 second.
All right, who of you people is being a dick? That is not okay. Oh, there's one. All right. Okay, my thing is being really stupid. Yeah, there's that. Anywho. So, hey friends, we do not allow trolls. I will be banning you once I find you. It is not okay to be an asshole. I am not a nice person, despite what may or may not be presented here. Um, so yeah, you really don't want to fuck with me. That's just not, it's not okay. So, we're gonna go ahead and just do that. Okay, bye-bye. Oh. Again, the thing about being Norse pagan that I absolutely adore is you don't have to be nice.
I mean, troll slaying is, it's a past.
It's part and parcel to the whole fucking deal.
Yeah.
I was about to say I left my little guardian guy in the other room to protect from trolls.
So to take up some of the awkward silence here,
Please do.
did anybody know what a guy with a vasectomy and a Christmas tree have in common?
Oh no, are we really starting this early in the night?
I want to know.
I know that punchline.
Their seeds are inefficient.
The decorative balls.
That's good.
They make those for dogs that get neutered and that people have too much money for. They're called prostesticles.
Oh my goodness, you're kidding.
They also make them.
The first time I discovered that, I was grooming a dog and I was bathing him, and I was like, "There's something very wrong. These should not be this hard." And then I was informed of the owner's decision to have prostesticles put in the dog for the dog's ego.
My mods are also on it, so thank you, my mods. You guys are wonderful.
I've also got my eye on the chat as well, so
I
just a heads up.
appreciate that. GMing and eyeing the chat is complicated. I have one more joke for you, and this is one that I unfortunately heard in a movie that I watched this weekend. What is the difference between a snowman and a snow woman?
Where the balls are located?
Balls are.
Snowballs. That, ladies and gentlemen, is courtesy of the movie Jack Frost, starring a very young Michael Keaton. It is so bad. It is so
It's a
bad.
bad movie.
That is a terrible Christmas movie.
It is so bad. I couldn't sit through it just by itself. I had to watch the riff tracks version.
That's fair.
Now that had to be worth it.
Oh no, absolutely! I love riff tracks. That is what gets me through my days most times. So, after our troll slaying adventures, we find ourselves. You guys know you do not need a map to get around. You've been here long enough. Who can tell how long you've been in Asgard? Might have been weeks, might have been months, might have been years, might have been centuries. Who can tell? But you find yourselves moving as a group. Is the plan to go speak to Loki? What are we doing? What are we doing?
I think that is the general plan now until something better throws itself in its path.
Okay, sounds good.
Unless we can go to the stables and do a quick survival check for tracks.
Actually, that's a better idea.
I'm going to investigate the stables first.
Best not to approach Loki with zero information.
Might be able to find some clues.
I would like for people to make a. If you were inclined to do so, please make a history check. You do not have to, but if you are inclined to, by all
All
means.
right, -1. Let's see what this does.
18.
11.
19.
I rolled a 1.
Oh no.
My history score is actually really good too. Hold on.
That would be 13.
It's still an 8.
Somebody had a 19. Who had a 19?
That was me.
Okay.
I had an 18 as well.
Okay, awesome. So the two of you, the rest of you, you have a sort of nominal understanding of the Aesir and their various relationships. But the two of you are acutely aware of the fact that Loki is, in a very literal and technical sense, Sleipnir's mom. And if Loki is not, in fact, responsible for the disappearance of Sleipnir, might have a vested interest in finding Sleipnir. So you might have, depending on how you approach this, may be worth talking to him first. So it's do with that as you will. Also, it has been pointed out to me that my joke was potentially transphobic, and I do apologize. That was not my intention. It was just a stupid joke, and it was not intended to be myopic. So I do apologize.
I have thicker skin.
That's fair, but it's also not cool, so I apologize.
Perhaps, as much as I would like to check for tracks, we should talk to Loki first. Sleipnir's mother. One way or another, Loki's going to want to know.
Valid point.
Oh, so what I'm hearing is we don't go accusing Loki up at the top. We approach them politely, as I suggested, because we shouldn't blame Loki for everything. They're just a person.
Someone with much more charisma than myself should talk to Loki. I don't like people.
Oh, sugar, I think that's everyone.
I love that your interpretation of a denizen of the Feywild is vaguely southern.
It's all about upfront niceties.
Bless your heart.
I'm not mad about it at all. I think it's great. Actually, it really, really fits. I just think it's funny. All right. So with that information, do you go speak to Loki?
Yes.
Okay.
To Loki.
So you depart from the town and you head in the southerly direction that was indicated by Frasetti. You eventually leave the walls. You eventually leave the walls surrounding Asgard, and Freya. You will say that you're very familiar with this. This is usually the gate that you leave from to do your hunting. Actually, Freya, go ahead and make a nature check.
May I assist?
I can make that survival.
As well.
Yes. Ulf, if you want to give him the aid action, he can. Pronouns. You're playing a female character. Ulf, if you want to aid Freya in her role, Freya, you can roll the nature check with advantage.
Okay.
We'll aid.
All right. I rolled a 17, so that's 16.
No wonder you want to roll survival instead.
Correct.
16 is still enough. You are familiar with the clearing that Frasetti was referring to.
Okay.
So you actually can just kind of lead the group directly there. No survival roll needed. Okay.
What if I rolled a 20? And that comes out to 24.
Holy crap!
Nice.
You not only know where this clearing is, you also know why Loki has chosen this clearing, and why he often spends the days leading up to Yule and the Wild Hunt in this clearing. The reason is, in this clearing, he has a vantage point on the cosmos in a way that he normally does not have access to. And you believe, given what you know of Loki and some of his history, the reason why he wants this particular vantage point is because he can see from that spot at this time of year most of Jormungandr as he encircles Midgard.
Okay.
He wants to see his kid around you.
That is adorable.
Feelings.
Maybe Sleipnir just went to visit mom.
It is either really sweet or really creepy. Either way, nope.
As we're walking, can I see my fox and squirrel friend around anywhere when I was alive?
As you glance around at this moment, no, you do not see them.
Okay.
Actually, as we're walking, trying to think which one of you guys would probably be tall enough for my character to use as a guide. Probably Ulf would be my guess.
Ulf is about 6'3".
Okay.
I'm close to 7.
It would be for either of you guys then. Freya will say, I'm going to send my eyes up front. I just need a guide so I don't trip.
Ulf will clap a hand on Freya's shoulder.
Okay. All right. And that's the one eye that isn't patched will roll over white, and she is going to send the raven out.
Okay.
The eyes in the sky, say about 100 feet ahead of us, and this way, then we can kind of see where things are, before they start coming up.
Okay. Sounds good.
I sacrificed my eye so I could see.
Hate it when that happens. And as a blind human being, I wish that's the way it really worked.
Ulf also hit Freya with guidance for any rolls.
Okay.
Nice.
So as you walk through the endless wood that surrounds Asgard, eyes on the skies, heading towards a clearing that you know to be occupied by Loki, one of the Aesir. You all can see the start of the Aurora Borealis. It's not quite in full force yet. It won't be until the Wild Hunt commences. But you can see the light in the sky dancing across the inky blackness. The stars flickering and twinkling, occasionally obscured by the growing power that exists there. You have no trouble stepping through these woods on your way to the clearing in question. And sure enough, as you happen across this clearing, perceiving no dangers, despite the fact that these woods are, on occasion, very dangerous, you see the clearing. Clearing itself is only about 30 feet in diameter, and it's not a perfect circle. Sort of vaguely crescent moon shaped, but sort of at the the apex of the inner part of the crescent, there is a stump, and seated of a stump of a long fallen tree. It wasn't cut; it had fallen. But there's enough of a flat surface to sit upon, and you see a man. I say a man, vaguely androgynous, red hair, sort of wild in aspect, wearing natural clothes, leathers. This is his typical Aesir form. Although as a shape changer, they can take any form that they wish. And sure enough, you see Loki sitting, staring up at the sky. Freya, as you're looking, as you were looking upward, go to make a perception check.
You can add a D4.
$19.
So, arcing across the great blanket of night, you see the stars kind of stretching out before you, the power gathering for the borealis that is to come. Way off in the distance, sort of just on the edge of your perception, you see Midgard, the place that was your home once upon a time when you lived. And you can just make out the great world serpent all the way around.
That is a sight.
Go ahead.
That is a sight one does not see very often. It is terrifying and beautiful. Fuck.
Loki's one
Sorry,
of the Aesir. Go ahead. Sorry,
I was referencing to the giant fucking serpent surrounding Midgard.
Ulf is too busy staring up at the stars and checking his star map against them to pay attention.
As always, Ulf, as you're staring up at the stars, you feel sort of awed and inspired by the vastness of it all. Every time you look up, particularly this time of year, but every time you look up, you just see more stars that you even knew that were there. And you know more about what's up there than most. So as you stand...
I was going to say, is there anything that looks out of place or brighter or dimmer than usual?
Make an investigation check.
Natural 18 for an 18.
Nice. You do see as you're kind of scanning the stars, you're sort of like, you study the cosmos. This is what you do. You see Midgard kind of floating in space. So you're vaguely aware of it, and it's sort of half eclipsed right now. And you don't necessarily see Jormungandr around it, but you do see, you're vaguely peripherally aware of where Midgard is in relation to where you're at and all that stuff. But you do see kind of off in one direction, sort of, again, in space it kind of doesn't matter, but what would be considered to the right of Midgard, you do see one particular star that seems to be shining a little more, I guess, aggressively than you would normally perceive. It's very bright. It's very blue. It feels, as you're observing it, it feels closer somehow. and that's not. It's not menacing per se, but it's different, and that can be interpreted any way that you see fit.
So Ulfil points off to the galactic east. And
I love Galactic East. I love that. That's canon now.
well, brighter blue star that wasn't there before.
Hey there, neighbor, and I'm gonna send out dancing lights, and I'm just gonna address Loki as everyone else seems to just be staring at the sky.
I love that. You see, now, Loki is one of the Aesir. He is probably, like, there's no doubt in your mind that he's aware of your presence. But as you kind of flicker the lights at him, for the first time, he kind of turns and acknowledges your presence. As you stare at him, most of you have probably seen him about before, but have never had his gaze like directly on you. He's picture like Tom Hiddleston, but with wild red hair, and that's what we're going for here. Like, he's a good-looking dude. Except for he's got like those, as he's looking at you, those eyes are sort of. You've heard of people that you can fall into their eyes and never come back. This is along those lines, but sort of like staring into a black hole. There's a sort of fathomless, depthless void of sorts there that is so voidy that it's almost a presence of its own. And it is deeply unsettling. But he turns to you, and he says, the minions of Forsetti. What is it I can do for you tonight?
Nice to meet you.
I think he does laugh. I think he laughs at that. I feel like Loki would appreciate that, Jeff.
I would adjust the dancing lights to a blue tone with the pun.
Yeah.
As it goes off. It's like
teamwork.
Is there snow on the ground in this area, in the clearing?
There is snow. It is not overly deep. There's because you're like in the clearing itself. It deepens quite a bit because the trees don't block the snow. But like kind of wandering through the forest itself, there wasn't a lot of snow on the ground. There was some, couple inches, an inch or two, but not very much. It sort of deepens as you get closer to where Loki is sitting. Of course, there are no footprints in the snow, which indicate his egress to this location.
So, have you heard the news about town?
I have been here most of the night, and the last several days. I do not hear a lot of news from town around this time of year.
Just chilling?
I don't know what accent I'm doing, but I'm leaning into it. There's snow. Of course it is chilling.
Well, along with the snow and this lovely Yule season, we seem to be experiencing. Sleipnir is missing. I don't know if you've heard anything about that.
He stands up like a shot. And you see the eyes, again, those kind of black, depthless eyes, blaze. Like, literally blaze. Like, Ignis, you're kind of jealous of how hot these eyes blaze. And he says, what has happened to Sleipnir?
That's yeah, that's about as far as we've gone. We were just checking to see if you were spending time with them at this time. It seems that you are looking upon the earth in your own way. But yeah, they're missing. We brought mead.
I hold out the flagon.
If you prefer heated, I can also do that for you. I'm like one person walking stove.
Looks over at Ignis and Ulf, and he kind of just inclines his head a little bit in Ignis's direction.
I am going to 1 second here. Let me open up the proper screen. Create bonfire.
Okay.
Aiming at kind of a central point, kind of away from everybody, so explosions don't hit anybody, but we get a nice roaring blaze going.
Fire goes up.
What's median?
Ulf will use Thorn Whip to wrap around the mead flagon and hold it over the fire and warm it up.
Okay. Loki kind of moves forward. And again, as he's walking, it's sort of like Legolas in Lord of the Rings, like he's walking across the top of the snow.
We're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
I don't hate it. But he sort of walks across the top of the snow, and he walks over to the bonfire, and you see him just kind of gesture. And you see the snow, which is rapidly melting in the area of the bonfire, sort of reforms into natural ice chairs, in which he, of course, the largest of which he then sits in.
You can see that we were brought in on this investigation because of our ingenuity and our get things doneness. So we're just curious. Like, would you like if Sleipnir were to go for a walk, and not tell no one? Where would they be off to?
He kind of just looks at you for a moment and then gestures to the seats that he's just created.
Ulf will druidcraft flower blankets on the ice chairs.
There you go.
Trust me, that seat will not last long with me. Better if I stand.
ALO is kind of leaning against a tree closest to the
Okay.
area, just arms crossed, shoulder against the trunk.
Bryn full bisexual crisscross applesauces into the chair.
That's fair. That's fair.
Hey, Freya is already cold resistant, so she's just going to sit down, call the Raven back, have it sit on her shoulder.
Okay. I believe Scotty is as well.
Oh yeah, Scotty is totally comfortable.
Yeah.
She settles in like, this is nice.
Sleipnir and I are French? Are we going with French? I think we're going with French. Sleipnir and I. All right. We are not on the best of terms right now. Sleipnir is in the throes of his what is adolescence, and definitely does not want to speak to his mother.
Moody teenager.
Yes, that is a good way to describe him.
Teenagers are in fact the worst.
It is possible that he got into a huff and just fucked off, but
Could he be sowing some oats, some wild oats somewhere?
you see again those eyes kind of blaze a little bit, and he's like,
Sorry.
"No,
Just a thought.
it's. I understand. He is my son. It is possible, but the wild hunt, despite his aggressive teenageriness, is his favorite thing all year long. Despite his tendency to be very rebellious, I feel as though he would not shirk his duties in this particular matter. So,
Do you know if he's...
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, that's right. Do you know if he's on bad terms with anyone?
He shrugs. He's like, Sleipnir is headstrong and powerful, and a teenager. 3 things that do not mix very well.
Do I believe everything Loki's putting down?
That is a good question. Would you like to make an insights check against the god of trickery?
Would.
Ooh, I would as well. If it's
Yeah. I'm going to go for that.
Why not?
It's a total of 22.
22?
Ooh. Let's see. What is my... 24.
Nice.
22. No, more than that. No, 22.
I got a 7. I believe everything he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not even rolling. My check is garbage.
You got a rock.
You got a rock. Ayla, did you roll?
No, but I can.
You don't have. It's up to you. You fully don't have to.
14 plus. I gotta look up here.
My passive insight's
14.
18 as well, just in case.
Okay. So I will say with a 14 or better, you can tell that he's generally being truthful. I will say with a 22 or better, he is being truthful to a point, but he is definitely play acting to some degree.
Mm.
And I will say that it's not that he necessarily knows where Sleipnir is, but he knows that he has a role to play in whatever dance this is, and he's playing it.
Could you at least point us in a right direction, perhaps?
I suggest you start where he was taken from, but perhaps I can give you a boost, a boom, if you're willing to accept it.
Above game question.
Yeah, hit me.
I know giant. Would I be able to speak Jotun?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, that would equate.
So in Jotun,
You got muted.
yep. In Jotun, Ulf would say, you don't have to pretend. You can tell me. I won't tell anyone.
Responding in Jotun. Bearing in mind, if anybody else speaks giant, you do understand what is being said here. Hey, Yellow, you understand what's going on? Love that. He responds with, and spoil Odin's sport? I wouldn't dream of it.
In common. That's fair.
In common myself, because I don't speak giant. So I know that Odin, as we discussed with Forseti, has quite a laundry list of individuals that are not a fan of him. Is that
snorts?
Hydrate.
Is that true for Sleipnir?
Hmm.
And so, if we can eliminate the chance of Sleipnir going out on their own just to have fun, let's look at the other side of the spectrum. Who would want to cause harm to the horse?
Sleipnir and Odin have a good working relationship. Sleipnir respects him as much as he respects anybody. Certainly more than me. Find it ironic that it is another representation of trickery that he finds himself gravitating to, but I digress. Sleipnir has participated in many wild hunts, and it is not simply as Odin's mount. When you are caught in the wild hunt as one of the hunters, it does not matter if you be beast, man, or god. You participate to the fullest extent of what it entails. And as such, Sleipnir has a great many individuals that fear him, as they should.
Is there from a previous wild hunt a particular prey that would have been that has either eluded the hunt or is particularly dangerous enough that would be a threat?
See, Loki kind of sits back and sort of steeples his fingers a little bit, and for a brief, like split second, almost quick enough that none of you, like for a second, each of you sort of thinks that maybe you imagined it. He appears to be a beautiful mare sitting in a chair with the hooves kind of pushed together, and then returns to the Loki form. Fully the bottom legs crossed too, like BoJack Horseman style. It's a thing. You see him think. And he says, and I'm going to say that he probably says this in Jotun. So I believe only Ulf and ALO can understand him.
I can understand Giant.
You understand Giant too? Okay, so the three of you are the ones that understand him. And he says, oh shit, where did it go? It was in my head.
You know when Loki says, oh shit, it's going to be bad time.
No, he says, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why.
Where's a bard when you need one?
Meanwhile, I'm hearing.
I always imagined that Giant was something in the realms of like vaguely Slavic in its origin, so it
That's
probably
fair.
sounds a bit like angry Russian.
A lot of grunting, gutturalness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of glottal stop.
Angry German.
She just kind of deadpan
Also
looks at him.
translate that.
She just
Mutter,
deadpan
sort of
looks at
muttering
him.
it out loud.
Sorry. She just deadpan looks at him and goes, "Thank you," and just leans back in the chair, hoping that somebody else understood that.
That's fair. I think with that, Loki just, at this point, he explodes into a giant puff of icy, snowy wind. And you see it kind of fly off. You vaguely hear the sound of hoofbeats in that direction. The bonfire remains, but the chairs are gone. Those of you who are sitting in the chairs are now fall into the snowbank.
Just fall on the asses.
Well, that was dramatic.
Look over at ILO. New skill you did not mention?
Me.
So what was that last bit? I didn't catch any of it.
Sorry.
You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why.
Sounds like a big threat.
I feel like that is both vague and unhelpful in this situation.
Well, Loki said it. What do you expect?
Some kind of riddle? A rhyme?
They themselves are vague and threatening.
I mean,
Can
wait, did
I
he give
make
us a
some
boon?
kind of check to see if I recognize that poem?
Yeah, go ahead and make a history check.
Boy.
Wait,
To know something from the 1960s.
What is my history check?
That's a 1.
Nope, never heard it a day in your life.
16.
Okay.
Where is my history at?
Fuck it up. What's a -1 going to do for me?
Nope.
You could get a 0, Rev.
I did. It's a Yule goose egg.
I love that. So I heard a 16. Did anybody get better than a 16? All right.
We have a reroll.
Oh, do we know who it's for?
Yes, Revan.
Revan, do you want to re-roll that onesie?
Absolutely. Okay, I rolled a 10, so that's a 9.
Okay. Still doesn't beat a 16, but I appreciate I appreciate the re-roll. Thanks, friends.
It's better.
Thank you, Tello.
No, you are amazing. We love you. Thank you so much. We are losing one of our mods, but that is okay. I am still keeping an eye on the chat. Blaze, since you are also in the chat, if you see anything that needs my attention, let me know, please.
Yep.
Hydrate.
And I will hydrate. So, with a 16,
Junk.
Okay, so you don't know the origins of the song, obviously. Like, it's... Who the hell knows who Irving Berlin is in this world? But you are able to sort of glean some of the references to an old sort of esoteric religious sect from when you were alive that followed a prophet that they referred to as Jesus Christ. And there was in certain areas. You're from the Feywild, though. Actually, that works out in our favor. Rewind. Yeah.
It's like, Jesus, never heard of her.
I don't know who that is. No, Irving Berlin is 100% an archfey. There is no doubt in my mind about that. I am not even talking in-game right now. I'm talking above board. Irving Berlin is an archfey. You cannot change my mind. So yeah, no, you know the song "Santa Claus is Coming to Town." This is a very clear and obvious reference to Santa Claus. With the 16, I will say that you are vaguely aware that in certain regions there are Santa-like figures, and you know that Odin is one of them.
Mm.
You think it has less, as you're kind of analyzing this, you think it has less to do with specifically Odin and more the sort of entity that is Santa Claus and what it represents, as it is related to this weird sort of odd cultish sect of the followers of Jesus Christ.
Mm.
For those of you who are watching the stream and are Christian, I mean no disrespect. During the 8th and 9th century, it would have been viewed as a very weird cultish sect, historically speaking. I will not be taking questions at this time.
I know the history.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
I know people who are playing this know how this works. I'm talking about our viewers.
Well, here's the thing. There was this Fae that started making up these songs, and like it sometimes refers to Odin, but I think this is more referring to like the hobgoblin stories, not hobgoblins like hobgoblins like in the Feywild. And apparently this man would like slide down chimneys and leave gifts or coal. I don't know. Honestly, I think coal's quite handy because you can burn it and it's helpful in the household. But like that's just me speaking. Anyway, he spies on you and can tell if you've been naughty or nice.
What a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, right? Which is a lot of...
Does he know when you're sleeping and awake?
He does. It's weird. Which is that kind of all
What about
that
when you've been
knowledge.
bad or good?
He knows that too. That's why a lot of it's associated with the All Father. But I think in this particular reference, it's just like how much do you know about cults? Because I think there's a cult about this.
Oh,
Then again, there's
I'm a druid who studies the stars. The cult's not my thing.
Stalker cult?
I mean, unless you're talking about live long and prosper.
Ooh.
It's one of those new culty things that, trying to create a god, maybe it'll take off. I don't see it taking off very far, really, honestly.
trying to create a new god. We have so many.
Right. And like one god is responsible for everything. That just seems outlandish to me.
A little irresponsible and heavy, It's like, how?
That's too much work for one god. He definitely needs to divvy it up.
Just doesn't make any sense. I mean,
Also, why is the one god a he? I feel like women are much better at maintaining like large scale events and prioritizing things, but that's neither here nor there.
all rights to breed. Yeah.
My
Entirely
mother threw
confused.
wonderful parties.
Somewhere in Asgard, way off in the distance, you hear a distinctive Freya-shaped voice going, "That's right, Queen. You tell it."
Wait, Freya-shaped voice?
I said what I said.
It's curvy in all the right places. Don't worry about
In
it.
all the right places.
Well, I guess that means we gotta go back to the stable, which was one of the ideas to begin with. Also, he said he was gonna give us a boon. Is that weird musical reference, the boon?
It would seem so.
I didn't understand half of what he said, so
I
yes.
don't think he gave us anything other than a sore butt when, the chairs disappeared.
Do any of us feel different?
I feel
Like
a little
a boon was
hot-headed.
given.
I feel that my pants are wet.
Might want to
that-
get checked
that
out. I
might
think
be-
Doctor has pill.
It might be a
But
medical.
that's for an assortment of different reasons. Don't worry about it.
To brush the snow off. I think it's time for us to go to the stables then.
Cool. Ignis, do you drop the bonfire as you're heading out?
Might as well.
Okay.
No sense in leaving an untended fire burning unless I want to cause serious damage. So
you whiff out the fire, and as you do, you specifically, Ignis, notice at the center of the flame.
there's a cat at the center of the flame.
Yeah, there's a cat at the center of the flame. No, my cat is finding mischief. Honestly, if
gotcha.
there were a flame to be the center of, Yasha would find it. No, don't ask. At the center of the flame, you see a faint gleam, like light gleaming off of glass.
And I'm going to lean in and take a closer look.
Okay. You find, as you lean closer, a pair of what appears to be two lenses, vaguely in the shape of snowflakes, bound in the middle by some kind of metal, and a vaguely red tint to them.
Also, did Loki drink or take the mead?
As you look, you see that the meat skin is gone.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's fair.
We did offer it to him.
You did.
Loki said yoink.
So I'm going to pick these lenses up. Sorry,
That's fair.
Go ahead.
Rev, that might have to be another sticker that goes into my Shopify. Loki says yoink.
But
I'm going to,
Yeah, you've got the lenses in your hands.
and I'll put them on. Take a look around.
You look around. everything looks the same except for vaguely rose tinted.
Looking through rose-colored lenses, this is going to turn out well.
They look quite fetching on you, though. It's like that nice contrast between like your fiery aesthetic with like a little hint of winter. It's very cute.
Between my various shades of red.
But somehow none of them clash. Like they all kind of work together, and much like the rug in the Big Lebowski, the glasses really just pull the whole look together.
Quite fetching. Well,
I'll send up a mental thank you for the glasses, kind of just hoping at some point that he hears it, and move on.
All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, can't hear you.
Ulf would like to look up at that blue star and see if anything's changed.
You do not notice that anything has changed. I will say this, Ignis. I would like you to make an insights check.
Yeah, because that was going to be my next go. Actually, is let's take a look up at that star. You said insight?
Then don't make the insight check. You look up at the star. The star, as you look up at it in the glasses, appears to be a bright candy cane striped red and white, glowing, sparkling color.
Blink for a moment. Rub my eyes.
Everything else appears normal around it, but this is like this bright, brilliant, like candy cane striped. It's like, and it's moving and scintillating, and it's really effing obvious.
I'm just gonna like poke Ulf, hand him the glasses. Try these.
So it's like a candy cane color.
Ulf puts them on and looks up.
Yeah, no, you fully see that. Like, you see the star, what had been this kind of bright blue star, is now like brilliantly colored red and white, and it's got like gold sparkles kind of shooting off of it.
So Ulf is looking at the star, looking at a star map. Just
not on the star map, not even a little bit.
That's not right. Nope.
Oh, should we be concerned?
Something red, white sparkles shouldn't be there. Not good.
I'm gonna turn my dancing lights to red and white globes. I mean, to be perfectly fair, nothing should be anywhere. We've been dead.
This is very aggressive.
Do you pass the lenses around so everybody can get a look?
I'll pass the lenses to Bryn.
Yeah. I don't love that. I don't know if it's aggressive. It was like aggressively cheerful, which is its own kind of aggressive.
It's not on my star map, which is concerning because this is accurate.
Pass. I'm gonna pass the glasses to the next person. Well, that's important to your star charts, and I don't think it's a good thing that it's there or that we can see it.
We'll point out, once you remove the lenses, like when you're not looking at the star through the lenses, it just looks like the brilliant blue star that it had been before. So as each of you get the lenses and look up, you see the change.
As we're passing the lenses around, Ulf wants to cast Augury on that star, whatever it is.
Okay.
Ritual.
I also have something I want to do that's probably a bad idea.
Okay. So Ulf, you're gonna cast your bones, yeah?
Yeah, it's a ritual cast, so it takes 1 minute.
Okay, so you cast, throw the bones. The bones vote. That star is bad news. The bones are aggressively going bad, real bad,
very bad. Whoa is nigh.
Yeah.
Ulf is freaking out.
Peppermint vision. I love that. Freya, you had an idea.
Yeah, so this is going to be important. Do the glasses get passed to me before we're told this is a bad idea?
Let's do this. Pick two numbers on a six-sider.
1 and 4.
All right, so if I roll a 1 or a 4 on a six-sider, it is told to you before.
Okay.
Okay? I rolled a 5, so you are not told that until after.
I'm going to throw a javelin at it.
You're gonna throw what?
Hucks a javelin at it.
I mean, we have to find some way to interact with it, and it makes sense to me. I'm not
pull out a
magical.
javelin, as we'll say that Aiello's got it before she hands it over to you. So she's looking up at it, and he's still casting his spell. You're just like, fuck it.
I'm attacking the darkness.
The javelin sails up through the air, and much like anything that is, when you're hucking something at a star, sort of just arcs and then lands in the snow a little ways away.
All right.
Sweetheart, did you think that was going to work?
We're in land of unknown things. We have been dead for how long? Anything is anything.
Meanwhile, this is when Ulf is doing the chicken
But I
little
don't
thing.
think you're that strong.
And right now is when Ulf is now saying the sky is falling.
I'll pass Freya the.
I didn't do it.
You pass Freya the lenses?
Yeah.
Okay. So
You
Freya,
pissed
you
it
then
off.
get the full
look,
view.
Just look. Look. First. Look.
So Freya, you get the full view of the sparkliness as Ulf is over there going, this is bad, this is bad, this is so bad.
Ulf's still freaking out, yes? Look, I rarely say this to people who aren't me, but you need to chill out.
Yeah.
Chill.
Look,
Sorry,
we're gonna
finger
fix
guns.
it. We're gonna fix the problem with the star. It'll be okay. We just gotta find the horse.
It's not a star. It's not a star.
Well,
Bad,
yes.
bad. The bones.
We get that it is bad. We need to fix problem.
And with that, do you exunt towards the stables?
Yes.
All right.
Sure.
As we pull along Ulf.
Yeah. Sorry, my feet
Ulf
are
is going to
showing.
continue to look over his shoulder up at that star and just be nervous the whole
I
time.
just imagine you mumbling about the sky falling and omens, and we're just dragging you along, going, "Okay, come on."
Yep, it's fine.
Fair.
Yep, sky is definitely falling. We'll fix it. It's fine.
That
It'll
jolly
be
creep in the
alright.
big red suit's following us again.
He sees you when you're sleeping and when you're awake. It's very upset.
Problem.
All right. I think that is a good time for us to take a quick bio break.
Cool.
So for those of you watching the stream, we are going to go to a "We'll be right back" page. Do not go away, because we will be right back. For those of us on stream, it is just now 8 o'clock my time. Let's try to be back here about 8:07. And translate for your various time zones, because we're all over the country, and in one case, definitely not in the United States. So, we will be back very shortly, my friends. I hope you're enjoying what we've done so far. We are going to be back to conclude this madness. We shall return.
If it makes you
So, funny story about this particular game. I asked some friends of mine. We have a Google Hangouts chat where it's just like my GM friends. So if we ever need like inspiration or ideas or whatever, and I've made reference to it in various videos on the Blind GM account. But I went in there because my original idea to do this wasn't going to work for various and sundry reasons. And so I went in there and I'm like, I need an idea. And one of the guys who's never watched Critical Role was like, "Well, just use Oogie Boogie as your bad guy." Um, which, if you saw that Night Before Christmas, that was the big bad of the game was Oogie Boogie. And I'm like, I love that, but also I can't use those. All right. So, hi everybody, we're back. Uh, I'm hydrating. I've got my companions have returned. Uh, Revan is here. He's just eating, and not everybody enjoys being on camera whilst eating. So he is here. He will be able to respond. When he's done eating, he will pop back in. So just if you are wondering what's going on there, are the rest of you yahoos ready to go?
Sure.
Me.
Let's do
Yeah,
this.
Yeah, for sure.
Bud, let's go.
I am ready. I do want to say one thing.
Yeah.
Nerdy Nursey, that is my girlfriend that's in the chat. Hi, baby, and a happy Yule to you.
Hiya, Nerdy Nursey.
I'll drink to that.
I will also, but I'm drinking water, so.
Now water comes later tonight for me.
Asthmatic Sith is my brother. Hi. Love you, bro.
Hi, Meg's brother.
Hi, Mix brother. I love you too.
My partner and several of my players are in the chat, so yeah. Hey guys, I'm judging all of you.
I've got some people in the chat here too.
People.
They're probably judging me very hard right now.
I don't know if anybody from my group has shown up, but if they are, I hope they're behaving.
We've got a decent number of viewers, actually, you guys. So I'm real pleased. The turnout has been great. So from the bottom of my heart, everybody who showed up to watch this for whatever reason you decided to do that, truly, 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 thank you for coming. We do appreciate it and you and doing this. I mean, this is the reason why I do this. I don't stream because I like to scream into the void. I stream because I think what we do here has actual merit, and if you're getting any kind of enjoyment out of it, great. So to that end,
Just before we get started, Caliban, Southern Hemisphere, happy midsummer.
Oh, hey, happy midsummer. Love that for you. As I sit in an area where it's currently negative 22. I can't imagine what Blaze is dealing with right now.
It's been like minus 40 degrees Celsius all week. When you hit minus 40, it doesn't matter whether it's Celsius or Fahrenheit. It's all the same.
It's the same number after that point.
Yeah.
Negative 40. Once you hit that, it doesn't matter. It's still fucking cold.
It's just, at that point, it is just... That's I step outside and regret all of my life choices cold is what that is.
But hey, there aren't giant insects or dinosaurs.
Correct. And at least from the Minnesota perspective, there's very few Nazis. Apparently, the Nazis just don't like the cold.
I don't want to talk about what's going on in Columbus. It's so bad.
Yeah, we got a bunch of people like that here in upstate New York too.
I play D&D for escapism.
Sorry, I did not mean to bring it there.
You're good.
I will segue away. I
can
literally
do
get on a segue. Anyway,
Which brings me to my next point.
can you just imagine my 6'1", 270-pound ass on a Segway? Dear God, that would not end well for anybody involved. Holy
That
hell!
would be amazing.
I would immediately die.
I feel like I would lose control and just crash into something.
Well, I'm also legally blind, so like that's just bad all over. Currently -9 where Maeve is. I'm sorry, Maeve. Hi, Maeve. Maeve is a friend, one of the mods on my server, and just an all around wonderful human being. So, and we had a Wilhelm scream, which I love. Anywho,
I moved away from the middle of the snow country to Texas for a reason, and
I live
it's
in the
funny, but it's also not funny watching everyone freak out when it's like, "Oh my god, it's so cold," and I'm like,
Yeah, it went from about 50 to 30 in 10 minutes here today.
oh, that's gross. That is gross.
Pouring rain to freezing rain to snow in 10 minutes.
yeah, and I'm used to that. Like, I've spent 40 plus years of my life in that, and I moved away from that for a reason. It's like, yeah, it's been like a struggle even in the house because we have a 2-story house, and it's like I put it on 69 and I can't sleep at night because it's too hot. And I'm like, no, this is too much. I can't do it.
much.
Too hot. I can't do it.
Completely apropos of nothing. Where did you move from?
Kansas.
Kansas?
Well,
Okay.
Kansas City, so literally in the middle of Kansas and Missouri. Like I was born on the Missouri side, and then I lived on the Kansas side for at least half of my adult life.
Okay.
So, I mean, my daughter's still in Missouri, but
King Polar Bear
daughter and
confirm.
granddaughter. So,
can confirm we do hold an annual ritual once a year where all Canadians get together and channel our anger into the Cobra chickens.
I'm aware. I'm aware of the ritual. I have several Canadian friends from college that include me in it.
I mean,
My grandparents are up there.
I keep writing letters to Trudeau asking if he'll just annex Minnesota. So far, they've gone unanswered, but we'll see how that goes.
Well, if he's going to do that, he should annex anything north of I-90 in New York, too.
I'd also like to take California.
Anyway.
Yeah, that'd be like your little vacation spot.
Exactly. All right, friends. So we are continuing on our epic quest. There's the glasses of peppermint vision. I didn't give them a name. That's what they're called now.
Does that mean
they're my
visions of sugar plums as well?
Yep.
Do they dance in my head?
You don't want them to, but sure. So you head back into Asgard through the gate, through the southern gate, towards the castle. Now I say castle, I mean a castle in the sort of Old Norse sense. So really, it's just like a big open like mead hall on the top of a hill. This is not Valhalla. That is a different place. But it's some similar trappings as the vaunted Valhalla. As you approach, you see there's sort of a secondary wall that goes around the fortified castle. The getting through is not a problem. You're known. You're a known entity. And honestly, it seems like the Einherjaren, who are kind of on duty as the watch and the guard, seem to not only know who you are, but also why you're here. As they kind of gesture you inside, and one of them kind of says, right, if you head up kind of to the right there, you'll get to the stables. You move around the building to the right, and sure enough, you see the stables, these long stables that can house many steeds. There's various different places for the various different animals that are owned and utilized by the various different gods. There's one that is very clearly for a pair of giant cats. There's one that is very clearly, actually probably occupied currently by a couple of giant rams, and various and sundry other animalia are there. I don't want to know what just went through Revan's head.
I was just remembering the last Thor movie with the goats.
Yes. Same thing that went through my head. That's how
as we were walking, Ulf would ritual cast Speak with Animals in preparation to go into the stables.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
I will do the same.
Okay. Awesome. So yeah, you guys have Speak with Animals up and ready to go by the time you get in there. At the very end the far end of the stables is the pen that generally houses Sleipnir. All of the animals here would be considered almost megafauna. Like the cats they look like house cats, but they're the size of tigers. The rams are the size of like Indian elephants. Like they're big animals. Sleipnir is no exception, but Sleipnir is also the largest of the animals. Apropos of absolutely nothing, but I think it would be of interest to at least Ulf and Aelo. The pen that Sleipnir currently resides in, resided in before going missing, was the pen that Fenrir occupied before he was tricked and chained. So that said, you enter the stables. Who's got the glasses of peppermint vision?
I think Freya had them last.
I mean, I don't necessarily know if she would be keeping those on. Actually, you know what? I would say yes, because I'm going to be doing some tracking, and if a star is being all pepperminty, let's see if we can find some peppermint tracks.
Okay. Sounds
Watch
good.
out for the peppermint train.
We shoots and laddering up in this thing.
Choo choo, bitch. Oh. Anyway.
I immediately move one of the dancing lights inside the cat's pen to do a full laser on the wall effect.
Oh, yeah, no. These cats immediately, like, both of them try to go for it at the same time. And so they do that thing that, like, house cats will do, and they kind of collide. But again, they're the size of very large tigers. So it is an epic collision. They immediately
this just
fall.
keeps getting better.
I know. They immediately fall to just, like, fighting, but not like I'm going to murder you fighting, the kind of play fighting. But again, the size of tigers. So,
The bats are
interesting during this scuffle.
what was your question again?
What does Ulf hear the cat saying?
So Ulf and Aiello, as you both have Speak with Animals active, when the light first goes in, you see one of them go, "Oh, the light's finished!" And the other one goes, "Oh, and they both leap for it at the same time, and they slam into each other, and then they're both like, and it just kind of goes back and forth for. They're very excited about this light.
Well, I don't think I'm going to get any answers out of them. So Ulf is just, as he's walking past the pens, he's listening and going, and just saying, "Did you see what happened to Sleipnir? Did you see what happened to Sleipnir? Did you see what happened to Sleipnir?"
Currently, the only other animals other than the cats that are in there are the two rams. And they're just kind of watching. They're kind of watching the two cats, like, having their scuffle. And as you approach them,
Aiello will go up to them,
okay,
and just kind of knock one on the forehead, like, "Oi!"
See him kind of sleepily angle his eyes, his weird fucking eyes. Goat's eyes are just bizarre, y'all.
They look like frog eyes.
They look like they look through your soul, man. Like anyway. But yeah, you see it kind of lazily, like its eyes kind of look up at you, and yeah.
Did you catch what went on in the back of the pen? And then you hear, everyone else will hear Aiello go,
That was a remarkably good. That was remarkably good. Um, you see him. The Sleipnir was there, and then he wasn't there. I don't know. I napped a lot today.
Are you saying he just disappeared?
I will say for the record, the Ram is speaking
Oh,
Ram. So
sorry.
only.
Oh.
No, I'm just letting you know. So really, only ALO and Ulf can understand what he's saying.
Ulf will reach in a bag and pull out the handful of good berries he made in the morning. Could I interest you in some food to tell us more?
I mean, you see the other one kind of like shoulder checks him a little bit. And then he says, yes, well, food is always a striking motivator.
I have good berries.
You see the other one kind of, what's so good about them?
You can eat one and be full for a day.
I'll be full for a day, but can I still eat?
You could. You don't need to.
See, they kind of exchange a look.
They're very tasty.
I will say, make a persuasion roll.
Oh, no.
I am between the Goodberry and Aiello. I am going to give you advantage.
Okay. $11 is the better roll. It was an 11 or a 1.
Yeah, 11 would be the better roll there.
I can give
Right.
you 2 good berries.
Right. What precisely is it that you want to know?
Well, Sleipnir. Exactly. Did you see anything that happened to him? Your friend said he was there and then he wasn't there, but that can't be right. Something must have happened. Ulf is flabbergasted. He is not a charismatic person. This is going badly.
Well, unfortunately, my dear friend here spoke the truth. Sleipnir was there, and then Sleipnir wasn't there. But there was sort of an odd smell in the air, kind of before and after he disappeared. Oh, yeah, says the other one. Yeah, there was. It was kind of like when the really tall winged lady comes and gives the kitties their snackies. Kind of smelled like that.
Ulf will toss a good berry to each of them. And then Druid craft coriander plant.
Druidcraft what now?
A coriander plant.
Got it.
Did it smell like this?
See the you see the British one just. No, that's not quite right. See him kind of sniff around a little bit. And he looks over at. Adam's brain just quit.
Hey man, words are hard.
Bear in mind, this conversation is entirely in.
Yeah.
Does anybody understand what they're saying?
Adam's brain
No,
just blue screened
What's the
him down.
cats go?
I think one of them is British.
Vaguely British bah to it.
Is it bleeping in a British accent?
Meh.
He's bleating in British.
The fuck, it's British.
So as you
Wait.
Druid, go ahead. Sorry.
Would that make it British?
British.
I'll take it. You see, he smells the coriander, and no, that's not quite it. It's sweeter, almost like sugar, but spicier.
Can Ulf make some kind of check to see if he knows the plant?
I will say
Or
that
infer something?
Ulf and or ALO, it's up to you. Both may roll. Can make a nature check.
Don't forget, if you have guidance, you can use it.
My nature is a +3. Do you want?
I rolled an 18 with a +4, so 22.
Jesus. All right. I love that.
I'll just roll as well.
Okay.
So 18 total.
Nice. So you both know he's probably referring to catnip. But I'm going to give this to ALO because of the ridiculously awesome roll you just had. Catnip is in the mint family.
Sorry, metagaming over here. I will dig into one of my pouches, not the gray one. The brown one on the side. And I will pull out a little dried piece of herb-looking thing, and I'll hold it under his nose.
Meanwhile, Ulf has also crafted catnip because that's what came to his mind.
Okay.
And I will hold it under his nose and does this smell familiar?
He sniffs it. He's like, yes, it's very much like that. Just maybe just a tad. Like it's like that, but it's not that. It's sweeter, a little spicier.
It's dry, and I start chewing on it because it's one of my mint breath things. Start chewing on it.
That. Now I want mint.
This is mint. This is mint.
Oh.
They've smelled mint-ish.
I was going to ask, is that in goat or is that in common?
Well, I turn to everyone else and I say, this is mint. They have smelled mint-ish. And then I turn back to him.
I'm glad you clarified with they smelled mint, because if you just turned around and said, it's mint, be like, yes.
Yes.
It sure is.
It's big.
It's mint. Yep.
So while this conversation is happening, what are the rest of you doing?
I would go and investigate the pin itself. I want to see if there's any tracks, if it looks like anything's been broken, misplaced.
Okay.
And I want to do an arcane check and see if there's been magic or something used.
That I won't.
So I'm going to call for Scotty. Go ahead and make a arcane roll. Freya, you're going to head over there and investigate as well.
Yep. I look for tracks and such.
Okay. Are you wearing the glasses or no?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to make your survival with advantage. Blaze, what are you up to?
I'm pretty much just standing there watching this conversation happening, nodding every so often like I actually understand what's going on, but I don't really.
Okay. Just for funsies, go ahead and make a deception check.
I would also like to ask them if they heard anything around the time that they smelled the sweet smell.
Okay. I'll get to that in a second. Bryn, what are you up to? Are you still messing with the cats?
I'm continuing to mess with the cats, but as I see they're going to investigate the stall, I'm going to move two of the globes and make them a lot brighter in the stall so they can better see. Okay. And as I'm kind of half-heartedly messing with the cats, I'm going to look for signs of red and white.
Okay.
Because that's the theme I've noticed.
You go ahead and just make a perception check. Jumping back to ALO, you ask them, did they hear anything? And they respond with, the British one, yeah, I don't remember hearing anything, but I was also sort of dozing in and out with not much to do in the pen when we're not, you know, pulling fat ass around. And you see the other one is like, no, that's not fair. No body shaming. That's just rude.
Hydrate.
It's like, right. It's not that he's just very heavy. Um, you see the other one. I feel like I heard like. Do you ever hear the icicles falling off a tree onto an icy lake? It makes sort of like a tinkling sound. I heard something like that right before Sleipnir disappeared.
My only question is, what did the cats do when I druid crafted catnip?
Well, that is a very good question, actually, and I think that requires a roll because there is a shiny dot.
It's very exciting. It's moving in unique and fun patterns.
So,
also, that was.
Sorry, go ahead.
So
I got a 23 on perception.
Okay. I'm going to come back around, I promise.
Okay.
The one of the cats you see like as soon as you druidcraft the catnip, like its head and like you know how cats are when they smell something, like the head and the nose starts working, the ears are kind of pointed in your direction. He's paying very close attention to what's in your hand right now. The other one seems completely oblivious, and the minute the first one is distracted, jumps and like attempts to grab the shiny ball, and he goes, "Ha! It's got away." All right. We're actually going to jump over to Blaze. What did you roll on your deception?
Okay, so because part of my fighter ability gives me Rune Carver, while I have my Cloud Rune on me, which my Cloud and my Fire Rune are, I actually get advantage on my deception checks. So I rolled a 19.
Nice. You very believably are able to convey that you understand the conversation that's happening in Goat. It is impressive, honestly, how that worked out. Jumping back to Scotty and Freya, the the two goddesses. Scotty, what did you roll?
I got a 24 off a nat 20.
Nice. And Freya, what did you roll?
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. Scotty, as you're kind of studying the ground and the area around it, like you can kind of see where Sleipnir's, 8 legs, 4 on each side. Like it's pretty clear that he was in here today. There's fresh tracks. Even somebody who's not trained in woodcraft can kind of pick that up. But as you're kind of studying it, you do see faint traces as you kind of look at as you've been trained, kind of look at the edges of your periphery to kind of seek that sort of magical auras and whatnot. You were able to pick out that yes, there was some kind of magic that went through here, and with your 24. It appears to be some variety of reasonably potent conjuration magic. As you had a nat 20, I'm going to give it to you. It looks like a teleport spell.
Okay.
And then Freya, as you're kind of studying, as you've got the glasses on, you see Sleipnir's tracks in the kind of muddy. It's not really muddy, just the dirt floor because it's dry in here. They keep it clean. But you see, Sleipnir's tracks in the floor and what have you, and then you see sort of peering out of nothing, as in like they just sort of appeared, not like they walked there, but they just a set of very tiny footprints. Probably no bigger than maybe an inch in diameter, and as your gaze kind of settles on them with the glasses on, they start to kind of very faintly glow a red and white, very similar to what the star had done. And you're able to see that they kind of move across the floor to where Sleipnir had been standing, and then that's it. And then last but not least, we're going to jump over to Bryn. What did you make on your perception?
24.
24, thank you. Bryn, you are kind of studying and scanning, similar to what Freya has seen. Nothing stands out to you as being specifically like red and green, but with what you rolled, you are definitely able to pick out the tiny footprints. I'm not red and green, sorry, red and white. But you are able to pick out the tiny little footprints on the ground next to where Sleipnir had clearly been standing. So all of that information delineated. What do you guys do?
I let the one cat still playing catch the light, and I mutter to myself, "Oh, it's that fake bullshit again."
Ulf was gonna sort of interrogate the cats with the catnip now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're yep. And as soon as the one catches the ball, they like, do you make it disappear or do you just let them catch it?
I let them catch it.
Okay. So he kind of trots over with the ball in his mouth, her mouth, sorry, in her mouth, like a cat carrying a mouse toy or something, and kind of looks up at you and like, oh, catnip.
Yes, hello, my friends. Perchance, did you two see what happened to Sleipnir? The goats were helpful?
Specifically, no, but there was definitely something that happened. Something appeared, and then Sleipnir and the thing disappeared.
Okay.
You're going to give that to me, right?
He's going to craft a bunch of catnip into the pen forms.
Freya will actually turn to Ulf and say, ask them if they saw little people. There's tracks for the small things.
Did he's in cat and then in goat. Do you see little people? There are little tracks over there.
I'm still just nodding along, pretending like I understand everything that's being said.
And as far as anybody is concerned, you do. The cats both go, little? No, I don't remember seeing any little people. And the goats kind of respond the same. They respond in their negative.
Is there any tack, like just hanging around, like any bridles or harnesses or?
Yeah. Kind of across from Sleipnir's area, there is the various accoutrements of tack and saddle and bridle. There's also the harnesses and whatnot that one would need to hook him up to a chariot or a wagon.
Okay. Aelo's gonna go and grab a couple of the smaller harness type things and bring it back over to the goats and ask them, is this like the noise you heard? And I'll shake a couple of the buckles together so that they kind of clink together gently.
Ulf will toss 2 more good berries over his shoulder because he did promise the goats 2 each.
And you see the one kind of go, well, kinda, but it was like more and like more musical, says the other one.
Thank you very much. And I give them both a couple of good knocks on the noggins in the front.
They kind of like lean into it a little bit.
Your goats, they said they didn't see anyone?
Ulf said, asked them if they had seen little people. They said they did not, but they did hear a musical type tingling noise around the same time that they smelled the sweet minty-ish smell.
Like a
It
bell?
appears
I'm
He might have been
thinking it
taken.
may be a bell. I've seen some on like some people that take like dogs through snow and they have like harnesses and they'll put like bells on them so that in case the dogs get lost in the snow or things like that, they can hear them. But I'm thinking it may be similar to that. They said it was a more musical tinkling than like those metal buckles. And I'll go put the tack back because I'm not an asshole.
In my understanding of the song Santa Claus is Coming to Town, would I understand that there are sleigh bells within that song?
If I recall, you rolled pretty well. We'll go with yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to thaumaturgy the sound of sleigh bells.
And yeah, from the goat and the cat pens, you hear them all. That's it. That's what we heard. Yep.
Yes, that.
Oh, so that's an affirmative.
Did they see Sleipnir leave the pen, or did he just disappear?
We
Based on
relay
what-
that
I'm
to
sorry.
Nichols, I guess.
Based on what they said, it sounded like he just disappeared.
So if they just disappeared, like I can track with the best of them, but I can't track whenever they don't leave prints.
It appears that they might have used a teleportation spell of some kind.
That is outside of my realm.
Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of balls in the air. Scotty, I overstated things a little bit.
Oh, okay.
It was not a teleportation spell. It would have been something more akin to like a dimension door.
Okay.
So much more
Sorry.
limited range.
Gotcha. Backtrack. More like a dimension door.
Has anyone shown Ulf the red and white footprints so we can freak out again?
I have not.
Probably for that reason, honestly.
Because Freya might be a dick, but she's not a dick.
She's a dick, but she's a nice dick.
Exactly.
I can relate to that.
So
describes a lot of accents.
as a player, I know how to ask this question. As Freya, I'm not quite sure on how.
Okay.
I know Dimension Door has a very limited range. It's 300 feet. Would there be trying to think of a way that she could ask that, and I don't think that she's going to be able to, because to her, a teleport's going to be a teleport. So yeah,
I mean,
ignore.
Would Scotty volunteer the information that Dimension Door has a limited range?
Yeah. Especially if I knew that other party members didn't know anything about magic. So yes.
I mean, some of them do, just maybe not that specific magic.
Yeah. It
What
does
kind-
have a limited range, so maybe they're still close.
What kind of range?
You said 300 feet, right?
It's
Yeah,
actually,
I'm
it's
pretty
actually
sure.
it's actually 500 feet, but that's kind of neither here nor there.
Okay. 500 feet?
So 500 feet in any direction.
Mm.
With like general knowledge of the city, is there a direction that would make more sense? Like heading out, we didn't see tracks heading out of the city, but is there a direction that would make sense on storing such a large animal?
That's a very good question. Here's the thing: Sleipnir moving through the streets of the city would draw attention.
Mhm.
For scale, Sleipnir would be, in terms of just sheer bulk and size, like a Clydesdale plus,
Yeah.
and has 8 legs. Like that's not a thing that you hide super easily. Would be on the if we were going with the mechanical, the large side of large. But the location of the stables is very close to one of the walls, as the castle itself does not sit centrally in Asgard. It actually kind of sits back near the north wall. And as you kind of do some mental calculus in your head, the barbarian version of mental calculus in your head, you are able to kind of figure out that there is a point on the north wall that would be within 500 feet. And if you were trying to secret something out of the city that is the size of Sleipnir, that's probably where your destination would be.
Okay, I have an idea that might be within the range. It's a long shot, but it's worth a try if you guys want to follow.
I say we check it out.
All we really have right now are long shots, so let's take one.
Okay.
Agree.
All right, we'll head in that direction, and if there's not a gate, I will see if there's a way that I could get up that wall somehow.
Sure,
Or
make
over top of it.
Oh, no.
Ulf wants to give scritches to the cats and head pats to the goats before he leaves.
Okay.
I want to give head
Scritches.
pats to the cats and scritches to the goats.
Okay, scritches and head pats abound. We'll even say that because they are very friendly towards you, that booping of the snoots can be a thing. We're all TikTokers. We know the obsession.
Why friend-shaped?
Friendship.
Yes, if dangerous, why friend-shaped?
I want to pet the kitty.
What a pet the kitty!
Danger flu.
There is a high probability. This is above table. There's a high probability that if I die younger than I ought, it will be in the pursuit of trying to pet a polar bear.
Same though.
That is
Sister has
a
conspiracy theories.
lifelong goal of mine. It probably will kill me.
So you're not talking about me.
No. No. I like you, but sort of platonically. At any rate,
Look, a belly scratch is a belly scratch. Just saying.
you know what, you're not
Russia,
wrong.
bear pets you.
Look, if I can't cuddle and belly scratch you as friends, then what the fuck are we doing here? So you head to the north wall, and there is a north gate. It's not right where you need to go, but it's close. So you step out through the north gate and you kind of skirt the exterior wall of the city town. And as you're going along, I would like for anybody who wishes to go ahead and make either an investigation or a survival check. Freya, because you were wearing the glasses of peppermint vision, you may roll with advantage.
I want those back at the end of the session, by the way.
Let's go get your sheet.
Hey, Ulf,
I'm gonna put them on the sheet.
Ulf, you want to throw guidance at me?
You
Is
muted
it
all.
investigation or survival?
Yes, I will give guidance. Especially since I just rolled in that one for a total of 9.
You still
Hey,
like
doesn't have a
eyeballing
roll.
that star.
Yep.
I got a
Although
7.
someone asked me for a reroll earlier and I never saw it. Can I have it now?
Oh, did you get a reroll? Yeah, go ahead. If you got a reroll, go for it.
It was a while ago. We missed it.
That would be a 19 for me, by the way.
I rolled an 18. I'm going to take survival because it's higher. And that's a +3, so 21.
That with a reroll that puts me at 26 for survival.
I rolled a 6. Both my survival and my investigation are +1, so it doesn't matter which I take.
It's a lower assistance for me, but I'm going to go investigation for a total of 12.
I went with survival.
Okay.
I got 25 off of another nat 20.
Good Lord, your dice are on fire.
They are, but I'm probably going to be doomed. I'm doing really well now, but if we get into combat, they're probably going to be like, nope.
Well, that's usually how that works.
My dice basically looked at me and said, "Screw you tonight," specifically.
Just tonight. Never again. No. Yeah, with all of those effing redonkulous rolls, you very quickly, as you're kind of skirting along the wall, you very quickly find the location where very obviously Sleipnir appeared. Um, you see the two sets of four hooves very clearly sink into the sort of half frozen ground because again, giant effing horse. And you do see in a slight indentation in the snow where a tiny pair of feet had appeared. The feet, as you're kind of scanning again, you had like there's 25s, 26s, 19s, like you guys were killing it today. Um, you note that the feet, there's sort of um, an area that's very tamped. The snow is very like trampled and tamped down, and then the tiny feet seem to kind of go into that area that everything is very tamped down. But it's not by like Sleipnir, and it's not by a horse or other animals. It looks like maybe dozens, maybe hundreds of tiny little feet congregated in a specific area. But then a a normal, like medium-sized foot appeared next to where Sleipnir was standing, and then you see the tracks of Sleipnir leading off. I'm going to add, for Freya's sake, that all of the tiny footprints, including the kind of conglomeration of all of the footprints, are glowing faintly that red and white.
Okay.
All
right.
You do see the tracks of Sleipnir moving off towards the Endless Wood.
All right. We now have a trail. That I could work with. Kind of cracks the knuckles. Onward.
All right.
All of the lights are now red as we get into like a hunting formation.
Do we get doom music too?
Ayla would like to lean down and take a sniff of the area to see if I can grab a scent trail to track.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check. While you roll that, Scotty, what did you say? Did you say something? I'm sorry, I missed it.
No.
Okay, somebody said something. I might be crazy. I'm probably crazy.
19 plus 3, 22.
You kind of lean way down and you inhale the odor. Are you trying to get a scent of Sleipnir or a scent of the other thing?
Of the other thing.
Okay. You very quickly inhale an obvious and somewhat potent dose of peppermint. But you have a scent in your nose. And off the group of you go, following the trail of the eight-legged horse through the Endless Wood. We're going to do a group survival check. So in order for this to work, the majority of you have to roll a success. I'm not going to give you a DC. Those of you that are, proficient in tracking, great. Freya, you still get advantage. And actually, Aiello, because you got the scent, I'm going to give you advantage as well.
Anybody here want guidance who's low on survival?
I don't need it. I just rolled a 20.
Nice. There's
Same.
that 20.
Same.
Also, plot twist, Sleipnir is now pulling Santa's sleigh.
Again, Sleipnir is Odin. It's a thing. Or, sorry, Sleipnir isn't Odin. Santa is Odin.
It's pulling the sleigh, like...
I think we're fighting the
19 for
Whoville.
me.
All right, did anybody want the guidance?
I mean, that makes 23 anyway, but yeah.
Nice.
21.
Okay.
18.
I believe that is more than half got a success. So, as a group, you very handily track Sleipnir's trail through the Endless Wood. Aiello, with you're still following Sleipnir. You know you're following Sleipnir, but that peppermint scent seems to kind of linger on the air, and you're able to very easily kind of keep up with it and follow it as you're going along. And as you're moving, the woods again, it's referred to as the Endless Wood, and it's referred to that because it's an endless wood. It goes on forever. The only way in or out of Asgard is as to travel to like Midgard or one of the other various realms on the world tree requires slightly more potent magic than just walking. Um, Weird how that works. Um, so you were moving along, getting deeper and deeper into the more dense woods. Freya, as one who hunts these woods frequently, you know the deeper you get, the more dangerous it tends to get. I would like for you guys have been living here for a while, so I think everybody here can go ahead and, in this particular instance, make a nature check.
Yay! That's another goose egg.
You know what? I'll
Oh,
take
snap.
that 15.
I love it.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
11.
Oof.
Yeah.
Also a dirty 20.
Nice.
25.
That
Oh my
moment
God.
when the DM says oof.
Yeah. It's never a good thing.
Those of you, those of you with a 20 or better, you are able to glean a little bit where you're going. In the eventually, you're able to kind of figure out where you're going. There is a village, an old abandoned village near to this area that was once inhabited by a very powerful, very old witch who built the entire, all of the structures in this village were built of gingerbread.
Shit.
With the 25, the witch is long gone, has been gone for many, many centuries, was gone before any of you even got here. And most everything that lived there is thought to have also left when she left. I say most because you are aware or have heard of one thing that still remains there. It was a creation of hers that is very powerful, very old, very dangerous. It is the gingerbread dragon.
Hey guys, we know we're going to that little village outside of town where the witch used to live. I don't know if you remember this. There was a gingerbread dragon.
Well, who's hungry?
Well,
I agree with Ulf. Just eat it.
I mean, you can just eat anything if you really put your mind to it. But like, I feel like this could be dangerous, but this will be great. We've already died once. It's not like we could die again, really.
I have
Yes, because
sneaking
that's definitely how
suspicion.
that works.
I have sneaking suspicion that it might be oven. I can start oven if you would like.
With as poor as my role was, I don't think that was real. I'm pretty sure that is just a myth.
Well, do
Well,
the
people
tracks
are
go into the town, or can we just go around it?
Does cleric have conjure milk? That might help.
Okay.
Damn milk drinkers.
You know what? This will be fine. I'm sure everything will be great. Nothing bad could possibly happen. We're just looking for a horse.
We're just here to see a dragon about a horse.
I see in no way this could fail. You continue forth?
Yeah, it's a mythical dragon. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. And the lights are now like orange and yellow caution lights.
I love that.
Question for the DM.
Yeah,
Are
hit me.
there any creatures, critters, beasts of any kind in these woods?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah. I mean, it is a pretty standard woods. No, it's a woods in winter, so it's largely, winter dwelling creatures. But there are still creatures that are about and do things.
I don't know if you saw my question earlier, but did my two friends die with me? Are they with me, or?
I did not see your question earlier. Remind me what they were.
Squirrels.
Right.
One named Gasty, the other one named Ratty.
Right. Nice. They. Okay, so interesting thing. They did not die with you. However, they are here anyway.
Oh, yay.
So it got squirreled away.
Yes, they're. Sorry, that took a second.
You're good.
It was a slow burn. No, it was good. I appreciate that. But yeah, they are about. They're not always around or with you, but they are about. You can call upon them if you wish to do so.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I have a quick question. You
Yeah,
said
yeah.
lights were orange and yellow, yes? You didn't make them red and green. Why?
No, we need to be concerned about green. Is green the enemy?
More a festive joke. Never mind.
If you keep them red, though, we'll go faster.
Okay.
See, I'm worried if they're all red, you'll just stop.
I like my little caution lights. Just.
I was going with a traffic light joke.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
Yellow means go faster.
Yeah, yellow means go fast. There you go. Yellow means go faster.
See, and
Red stop,
I'm on
green
the
go,
completely
yellow go
opposite.
faster.
On the completely opposite side into nerddom, where I'm talking about space orcs. Red
was
goes
with you.
fast.
Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna get us on track here because we're getting near the end. You guys head towards the village just before you would hit the sort of outskirts of the abandoned gingerbread village. You happen across another small, much smaller clearing than the one that you had interacted with Loki. You see, as you're approaching, I would like, first and foremost, were you making any attempt to move stealthily? It's okay to say no.
Yes.
Okay.
If we're mentioning a dragon, then yes.
Then yes, that's fair. So then I think we
Yeah, probably
will
up into the point before the dragon, I would not have been moving quietly, but as soon as we talked about the dragon, I probably would have shifted to stealth.
And Freya's just doing it out of habit more than belief in the dragon.
Yes, correct.
Because it's just a myth.
It's just a myth.
It's just a myth. All right, so we're gonna do a group stealth check. So I'd like everybody to go ahead and make a stealth check. If you have any bells and whistles to make it better, go for it.
14.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
22.
Okay.
Stealth barb.
11 at disadvantage.
I forgot my stealth was high. Because it's +7. So
Nice.
25.
Holy Balzac.
Stealth druid.
Ranger druid.
Dun, 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 dun. Blaze, did we lose you? Oh, I'll be back in a sec. I should read the chat. That would help. Well, most everybody, I think that does put us at the majority. So we're going to say that was overall a success. So as you approach, this smaller clearing. Just call it a clearing is really kind of it's really just a larger gap between trees because you are moving through some fairly dense foliage at this point. I'm going to say a yellow. The scent of peppermint is extremely strong right now. I'd even say that those of you that don't have uh, potent olfactory senses, you are starting to kind of vaguely pick up the peppermint scent. Um, and as you approach, you see in this sort of larger gap between trees, a large form seems to be laying prone on the ground. Large, and when I say large, I mean Sleipnir large. Um, and you see a figure, sort of wearing a heavier, almost like a greatcoat over their body, uh, with you kind of just see the back of them, this sort of heavier greatcoat over their body. They stand maybe 5.5 feet tall, with a tall pointed hat over their on their head. Their back is to you, and they seem to be performing some kind of ritual.
And like sleeping on the ground or like laying flat.
Sleipnir appears to be laying on the ground, prone, is not moving that you can see.
Sorry about that. Had to step away for a moment, but we have 2 rerolls that fired off in chat. One was for Bryn, and one said reroll the 11.
I think that was for the
Okay.
state checks.
I mean, I can.
No, at this point it's moot, so just keep that as who had the 11?
It was me.
Okay, so Bryn, apparently you have 2 rerolls.
Oh shit!
Use them wisely.
So,
Okay.
So since you did, it was a group check and you did succeed. Just hang on to that. You can use that as a reroll later down the road. But we're getting near the end, so use them or lose them. So you see this mysterious figure with a tall, pointed red hat, the great coat over its shoulders, performing some kind of ritual with its back to you. You see Sleipnir kind of laying out on the ground in the snow. It is cold. We'll say that you can see plumes of condensation moving out of its nose, so he is breathing.
How far away are they from where we are?
Where you're standing right now, they're probably about, we'll go with through the woods, it'd probably be about 30 feet away.
Okay.
So, question to the party, and should be saying this quietly. Is there a reason we should wait, or should I just hit him now?
Wait, if you're gonna hit him, I can help you with that.
Maybe
But
just talk to him?
Yeah, words
You
are
want-
good.
You want to hit? I can follow.
Because I don't know what's going on, but Sleipnir should not be on its side.
That is true.
Ulf shimmer a little bit and take on his starry form of an archer.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it can't hurt. I think it's some fey bullshit. It never hurts to hit them first before they hit you.
All right. Then DM.
Yep.
I would like to rage.
All right. We're going to roll initiative.
All right. First blood.
I think
bitch.
we're going to go.
No.
I think we're going to go critical roll style here.
Here's the thing. I rolled like shit. I'm gonna roll one of those rerolls
One of those
because I want
rerolls?
to do
Okay.
something. Yep.
25 to 20.
No.
15 to 20.
17.
16.
So Freya had a 17. Ulf had a 16.
25.
Say that again?
25. I rolled a
Ma-
16. My initiative is 9 plus 9.
Good
Holy crap!
heaven. Bryn has a 25. Word.
Reminds me not to piss that person off.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think
10 to 15.
I got a 14. I think I still come at the end. Oh no.
Scotty, what was yours?
3. Because I rolled a 1.
If it makes you feel better, I rolled 2. I got 4.
All right. Counting, I don't think I got everybody. Ignis, you got a 4.
Oh, somebody's giving the GM a reroll for chaos.
Yeah, we got a GM reroll.
Well, I'm going to roll some initiatives here, so give me a moment, and I may end up using it.
Oh, shut up, Asthmatics. I can tell him to shut up. He's my brother.
I'm going to go ahead and cue up my battle music here.
Let me clarify. He's my brother. I have the right to tell him to be quiet.
I respect your right as the sibling to tell him to be quiet in the most aggressive fashion that you see fit.
Hey, Brett, calling the lights and like the mood. Can you insert with the dancing lights some doom music?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, I have thaumaturgy going off with a heavy metal version of Here Comes Santa Claus.
There you go.
Yeah.
I am here for that. And I'm just telling you, so back in the day, there was this house that they had timed to a certain type of Christmas music. It was brilliant. It was like groundbreaking at its time. That's what I'm envisioning for this.
Was it Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
Trans-Siberian Orchestra, that's the one. Sorry, it's been ages, but yeah, that was like classic when it came out.
I forgot about that.
My brother is actually at the Trans-Siberian Orchestra concert right now as we speak.
Oh,
They tour
jealous.
every year, man. They're they're good.
They're good. I love them.
So
and
jealous.
I've been to their concert. The light show is next level. Like it is insane.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Not branded, but hey, if you like epic Christmas music, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, it's the way to go.
Trans-Siberian Orchestra, please feel free to
sponsor.
Hey, you want to sponsor a stream of mine? I will fully run a Trans-Siberian Orchestra game. I will have all these players back to do it. If you want to sponsor us, I will 100% do that.
I'm down.
All bards.
They're not watching. They're performing a concert right now.
All bards.
Get in the comments.
That would be hilarious.
Get in the comments.
I'm down. Let's do it.
I would 100% do that.
I mean, I wasn't just like headbanging to Carol of the Bells at work the other day anyway, so.
Love that. All right. So top of the round, as you guys move forward, Freya, we're going to say that your rage does go off before the round starts.
Okay.
So you don't have to use your bonus action on your turn. It is unaware of you currently, but we are going to go in initiative order. Bryn, you blew everybody else out of the water. What do you do?
Before Bryn goes, if I may.
Wait, no,
yes,
what?
please.
So with Freya's rage, there's a couple things that triggers. So first, everybody that would be within 10-foot radius, so I assume that would be everybody here,
At this
gets
point, yes.
3 temporary hit points.
I'll take that.
And also, she'll still go first. I move half of my movement towards him automatically.
Okay. Your move is what?
40, so I'd be 20 feet in.
All right, so you are now 10 feet away from the foe.
Okay.
All right, so that goes off immediately. Bryn, you are first. What do you do?
No, Bryn was 14. ALO, I think, was the one that was real high.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
How many temporary hit points?
You're cool. I'd love to go first, but
I was not looking at your faces when you were talking, and I was going based on voice. Apparently, I'm not good at that. I will fix that. Hey, hello. What do you do?
Okay, so I'm going to feel this whole rage going off here.
Yeah. There's some heat coming off of Freya right now.
I am going to reach into my gray bag, my lovely gray bag.
Love it.
And I'm going to pull out a little fuzzy ball. And that's what everyone else sees. and I'm going to throw it off to the side of the clearing, like not directly in the center at everybody that's going on, but off to the side.
Mhm.
And that's my action.
Okay.
As a bonus, I will just take my staff off of my back and have it in hand. So, and I rolled a 7, for my bag.
Got it. I do not have that up in front of me right this
Oh,
second.
I had to pull it up too. I was like, I forgot. What's my list?
Do 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 do. Boop, 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 boop. Thank goodness for the internet. That is all I can say.
Interwebs.
Hydrate.
I love that. Does that appear like immediately, or does that take a round?
No, it's it's kind of like how the Moggle eyes pop out in little balls, and then they just kind of take a minute.
Oh, we'll work with that in a
That's
minute.
water. It grows.
That's awesome. So yeah, this little ball of floof just kind of into the snow, and it sort of starts to like expand slowly. Does that end your turn?
Yeah,
Ella?
that's gonna be my turn. I'm gonna stay where I am.
Perfect. Gonna double check a thing. Actually, technically, I'm gonna roll a thing. I'm going to use my re-roll. That's much better. So you see, as the little ball of floof kind of impacts on the snow, you see the entity's kind of head jerk in that direction, and you get a profile of this sort of weirdly like cherubic childlike face. As it then turns to face you. I'm going to pop it up on stream so they can see, but then I'm going to send it in our chat. Can I send it on the Zoom chat? I think I can.
That is mildly terrifying.
Nope, I'm sending it in Discord.
One moment, moving over to Discord.
An elf on a shelf.
I'm so glad I'm going to hit this thing with an axe.
I hate those things so much. They're so creepy.
I have a story about this that I will share off stream.
Oh my god, it's so much worse
So
than
creepy.
I thought.
Oh, I hate it. It's Faye bullshit. Oh,
Yeah, definitely
God.
die.
What I'm loving, though, is with it being on stream, the figures of the gods are still flashing in the background. Every once in a while, it gets torches or wings.
We disappeared off the stream. Heads up. There we go. Our cams are back.
Oh, God.
Also, if I can just step out here for a moment, set it on fire.
All right, so yeah, you see this sort of ghastly plastic cherubic face.
Ugh.
For the record, and this is a story I will share on stream. I was working at Barnes and Noble when Elf on a Shelf first came out. To describe what happened as a hellscape is being too pleasant. At any rate, but yeah, you see, it's like it head jerks and it turns to look at you, and you hear this voice kind of coming from it, like the face that covers it is almost like a mask because its mouth doesn't move as you hear, but you're hearing it. It's not in your head. You're actually hearing a physical voice, but it honestly does sound a little muffled. And you hear this feminine, soft, "You've discovered me. That is unfortunate. I'd hoped to get away clean." And he does a couple of things. Does that as a bonus action. Can't do that because that was a thing. And you see her sort of reach down to one side with her hand and from her closed hand, a long, cane-like thing appears, and you see a sharpened candy cane with a wicked tip appears in one hand, glowing the same red and white, little golden sparkles coming off of it. As that happens, sort of waves a hand, and you see ice and snow start to kind of coalesce around her form. As she stands there.
Careful, everyone. Minter's coming.
Minter's coming. That is her full turn. Freya, it is you.
So just a mechanical question. Since we came in with stealth, do we still have this as like advantage for the roll?
Yes, I'll give it to you.
Okay, because I was going to say, like, they did their thing, so they're technically aware of us now. I just didn't know if that would still play an advantage or not.
Yeah, rules is written, probably not, but I don't want to fuck you over too much, so go for it.
Okay. She is going to scream Odin and swing. What does a 23 do for you?
23 is definitely going to hit.
Okay, we'll go with the second swing too.
Okay.
Same thing, 23.
All right, you're going to hit both times. You're swinging with an axe?
Yep, great axe.
All right. Roll me some damage.
$32 between the two swings.
Okay.
Does that do anything else?
So you see, you're swinging. You scream Odin to the heavens and charge towards this horrific elfin creature, swinging your axe twice, and your blade finds purchase. First in her side, kind of where the rib cage is, and then as you jerk it out and bring it back around, you kind of bring it down on her shoulder. But even as you do, it feels sort of like you're sinking your blade into a slightly amorphous bag of sand. And for whatever reason, it just does not, like, it hurts her, and you're seeing rents in her side, which is kind of oozing this bright, brilliant red, thick, jelly-like substance out of her body. But it did not hurt her nearly as much as you think ought to have been.
Okay.
We have a
does that end
redeemed
your turn?
reroll for Scotty to use at her leisure.
Trying to think if there's anything else that I want to do, because I have pretty much my entire movement. I can't disengage, but I still have 30 feet of movement.
Okay.
So I will move away from her and get essentially between like her and Sleipnir.
Okay, do you actually physically move, like, out of her threatened area, or do you just circle around her, interposing yourself between her and Sleipnir?
That's a good question.
Because you can do that without leaving her threatened range, thus provoking an attack of opportunity.
Above table question for people that have built their characters. This is going to be my answer here. Are any of the rest of you melee?
I am built as a melee fighter and sorcerer combo. I can actually melee cast, so yes, I am a melee fighter.
Absolutely not.
I can bring melee fighters to the table.
Okay, so then I will stay within the threat range. So just going to go
so
between her and
you skirt around to kind of interpose yourself between Sleipnir and the foe.
Correct. All right, and then that'll end my turn.
All right. It's a satanic jelly donut.
Thought you'd like that.
Thank you for sharing these. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Just in case you didn't hear, we do have a redeemed reroll for Bryn at their Bryn, was it? Yeah, for Bryn at their leisure.
Oh,
Oh, so that's 3 for you.
well, I've used one, so now I have 2 again. And Scotty had one as well.
Yeah, I've got one.
Or sorry, Scotty. Sorry, Scotty.
Okay,
not,
so
Bryn.
I still have 1. Okay, that's good.
Okay, so
My
yes,
bad.
Bryn, you still have one.
Yeah.
Scotty, you have one. It's all good. We're still learning names. Y'all, we actually just met, technically speaking, tonight. So,
Yeah.
We're doing all right.
I've interacted with most of these people outside of this a little bit, but not a ton.
It takes time.
It does, but we're getting there. Plus, these are character names, not real names, so that's just adds an added wrinkle. After Freya is Ulf.
Yeah. What would you say the weather is like? Is it storming or not?
I would say it is not storming; it is actively snowing. However,
Okay. In that case, Ulf is going to edge away from the rest of the group so as not to get caught in any area of effect attacks. And he is going to let out a piercing howl and cast Conjure Animals and bring forth 2 dire wolves.
excellent. So, from the deep, dark, endless wood, you howl through the night, and then you hear 2 answering long howls as you see here kind of loping through the woods. But they don't actually appear out of the woods. They sort of, like, you hear the loping sound, like the sound of paws on snow, but then they just appear out of nowhere in a puff of druid magic. Just where do you position them?
We have
I
2
want them
rerolls
to
for
take
Ulf.
I want them to be booking towards the elf, and I want them to take advantage of pack tactics.
Okay.
After, because they take their turn immediately after my turn.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Yep,
Did
so
I
I
hear
want them-
there's a reroll for Ulf?
There's 2.
Nice.
Cool.
You've got 2 rerolls, Ulf.
Do those apply to the dire wolves?
The first one says give Ulf a reroll 2. He looks lonely up there. The second one just says reroll for Ulf. So I'm assuming use them at your leisure.
Yeah, I would say since they are characters within your control, they could apply to the dire wolves.
Okay. And I got into my starry form before we went into initiative.
You did.
So, as a bonus action, I'm going to use the archer attack.
I love
And
that.
We have a reroll for the GM.
Excellent.
That is 26 to hit.
Yes, you're going to hit.
That is max damage, 8 plus 5, 13 radiant damage to the elf.
Okay.
That's music to my ears.
Although technically, wouldn't that have been an advantage?
That would have been an advantage, yes.
Let me just roll and see if I got that nat 20. I did not.
Okay. Fishing for crits.
Hey, why not?
No, absolutely. That's the way to do it.
So 13 radiant damage.
Just checking one thing, because I built these a while ago.
We have a reroll for Ignis as well.
Yes, they. You said how it was 13 radiant damage?
13 total, 8 plus 5.
Nice. All right, so yeah,
We
you
have a reroll.
what does it look like when you lob a star? Because you lob a star mote at this thing. So what does that look like for you?
It's going to be holding out his sprig of mistletoe.
Okay.
The starlight will coalesce around it and then just lance out.
So yeah, he holds out his the sprig of mistletoe, and you see from the skies above, despite the fact that it is snowing, it is a clear night, which is magic. You see the starlight shining down starts to kind of coalesce around the thing, and a bolt of energy shoots out, striking this thing kind of mid in the chest area, and she lets out a violent scream. Oh, we are racking up the rerolls, folks.
Yeah, we've got a reroll for ALO and a reroll for Freya as well.
Love this for you guys.
And-
Wolf, does that end your turn, or are you still going?
Well, it would be the wolves' turn.
Yep. Well, does that end
so-
your turn specifically?
Ends my turn specifically.
All right, now the wolves.
All right. Wolf 1 is going to get into combat and take its bite attack.
Okay.
That's a 21 to hit.
21 is going to hit.
Okay. That is 2d6 plus 3 piercing damage. That is 7 piercing damage.
Okay.
And the creature has to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, please, not prone.
The bite sinks in, and again, it's like biting into sand. It doesn't seem to do as much damage. Strength saving throw for a... I don't have any rerolls. She falls over.
It was 13.
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
Yeah, okay.
Love this. for
I'm
them.
assuming a dire wolf has a better than a 5, so...
Yep.
So yeah, she goes prone, kind of hoof of snow.
Yep. Second dire wolf.
Yeah.
That is a dirty 20 to hit.
It's definitely going to hit.
With them prone, doesn't that count as a crit?
No, that's just if they're incapacitated. You get advantage when they're prone, but you already have advantage.
Okay.
Advantage on melee on pro.
Yes, on melee.
that
Sorry,
is-
disadvantage on ranged.
That is going to be the same damage, 7 piercing.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and again, just not as doing damage, but just not as effective.
I had a free action that I just thought of for Ulf. He panics because of the glowing red and white stabby thing. Free action to panic.
Fires off a star mote.
Like Gollum. Ah! And that'll
All
end
right. I believe that ends their turns. Bryn.
Oh, fuck the hell no. And she's gonna pull out her reliquary, which I asked you didn't approve, but is a hourglass full of ashes. She's gonna flip it over, and as she does that, she's casting Enlarge on Freya. Fuck this up, please. So you have advantage on strength saving throws and strength checks. You also get an extra D4 to your damage rolls. And then she's gonna quicken spell and cast Toll the Dead on the prone creature.
Sounds good. Is that a con or a wisdom save? I don't remember.
Wisdom save.
Thank you.
DC 15.
Rolled a 15 on the die. Has a -1.
Wow, what?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yep, that went through. Go ahead and roll damage.
And it's already been hurt, correct?
Correct. So you're rolling a d12, or more than one d12, maybe.
Yeah, 2 d12s. So that is 8 plus 3 is 11 points of necrotic damage.
All of that goes through.
And hey, the magic's working.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah. So yeah, you whip out a Toll the Dead. What does a Toll the Dead look like for you? Like, what is that? How does that manifest?
So in this instance, it's it's Carol of the Bells. It's just louder.
Just getting louder and louder and
Like-
louder until she's like oozing this stuff out of her ears.
Like she has this thaumaturgy going in the background, and so when the Toll the Dead goes off, it just gets louder and amplified around the creature.
I love it so much. It is
Um,
amazing. Does that end your turn, Bryn?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm going to move so I am 50 feet away from the creature.
Okay. So you move back 20 feet. Got it.
Yeah. Nope.
From some distance away, you hear the sound of a roar.
Oh, fuck.
Deep,
What'd you
sonorous,
do?
penetrating. Down to your very giblets.
What'd you do?
Ignis, it's your turn.
So, because I've worked with a few different DMs,
Yeah,
pulling out weapons, do you consider that as movement or bonus action?
bonus.
Bonus? Cool.
Bonus.
2 hand axes come off the back. Or sorry, 2 battle axes come off the back.
Okay,
She just immediately got them in her hand.
love it.
Moving up towards, how far away? 30?
30.
30. Okay. Moving up using full movement speed to move up next to.
All right.
Regular action gonna be to hit because I have the ability to dual wield or 2-weapon fighting basically. 1 second. First one gonna hit at a 12. Second one gonna hit at that's a nat 1 plus 4 for 5.
You do have
are
advantage.
rolling with advantage.
And I hold on a sec. I do have a reroll, don't I?
You also
So
should be
I'm
rolling
gonna-
with advantage.
Okay, so 1 second. That's going to be a 21 and a 23. That's without the reroll.
Damn. Yeah, 21 and 23 is gonna nail her.
Cool.
Them,
So there's
them.
a couple of different parts to this. First
Okay.
one going to be damage for 2 points. Second axe going to hit for max damage of 7. And I'm going
Oh.
to trigger a fire rune.
That's fair. Is that just slashing damage? Those 2 damages you gave me?
Yeah, it's just the base, just the base battle. Hold on a second, just the base axe damage. Yeah.
Nope. That's cool. I just wanted to make sure. And then you trigger the fire rune.
And the fire rune, 1 second. In addition, when you hit a creature with an attack using a weapon, you can invoke the rune to summon fiery shackles. The target takes an extra 2d6 fire damage, and it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained for 1 minute.
It is decidedly not very strong. Roll your 2d6. It rolled a 14 on its strength save.
2d6 going to be 5 points altogether.
Okay.
And it needs to make a dex saving throw. It needs to be at a 13.
That's after the strength save?
The target takes an extra 2d6 fire damage, and it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained for 1 minute. There's more to this, so we'll get through that
gotcha.
first.
Well, the dex save is a 24.
Okay, so it beat that.
Okay.
So the rest of it actually doesn't matter. It just takes 5 points of fire damage.
Okay, so the rune on your battle axe flares, fire crackling down, scarring up the arm of this creature. She lets out a scream. The shackles start to try to form. She manages to kind of slip her arms out of the way. She's looking hurt, folks. Does that end your turn?
Yeah, because I'm saving that reroll.
That's fair.
I'm glad
Scotty,
she's hurt.
last but decidedly not least.
Yeah. We after hearing that roar, yeah, I'm going to cast Mage Armor. She's kind of squishy.
So here's my general ruling on Mage Armor. It is an 8-hour spell. If you want to say that you woke up this morning and just cast it on yourself, I'm fine with that.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
So that'll free up an action for you.
All right. Okay. And it's prone, right? Still.
So yes, it is prone.
I'll cast Ice Knife, so that'll be a disadvantage, right?
Yes, because it is a ranged spell attack. So yes, it'll be a disadvantage.
All right, let me see if I hit it. Okay. Maybe not. 11.
Yeah, the ice knife kind of and shoots and kind of just hits the snow next to where it's laying.
Dang it.
As a reaction, add a d6 to that.
to the 11?
Yep.
Oh.
I'll use one of my wheels from what I rolled at the beginning of the game for my
Nice.
cosmic moment.
17, does that hit?
17 hits.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
yes.
was amazing. I love that. I love it
Alright.
when it works out like that.
Ulf will just We'll just actually point as it's going in midair and direct it towards it.
All right. 1d10. Where's my d10? Piercing damage. So 5 for piercing damage.
5 piercing damage?
5 piercing damage. Okay. And let's see. And then hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage.
That would
All
include up.
Are you within? Oh, you are. Oops.
Yeah. So I need for Freya and the 2 dire wolves to make dex saves.
Yep.
Your foe has rolled a 14. I do not know what your DC is.
Yeah, what's the DC?
The save DC is 14.
Okay, so she does save.
Both my dire wolves pass
I failed, but I'm resistant.
with a 16 and a
does?
14.
She does save?
Freya, no, she fails.
Oh, well, hold on. Did the elf save?
The foe did save, yes.
Dang.
Fantastic. Silvery barbs. And then I'm going to use that to give advantage to Freya.
Oh.
So I need you to re-roll that.
Ooh, nice.
I actually already had advantage.
Oh, well, I
mean, I could use it for another thing.
Yeah, you could choose a different creature within range. You could choose has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. So yeah, if you want to save that, but I'm giving you advantage.
You get advantage in one of those things going forward.
Yes.
With her disadvantage roll, she does fail. So what happens when on a fail?
Unless you upcast, it should be 2d6 cold, right?
Scotty,
Failed
talking to you.
with- Me?
Yes, you.
Oh, on a fail, it's 2d6 cold damage.
Roll that beautiful cold damage, please.
Okay, 5.
Anything on a success? Either take half damage or.
On a success, let's see. This trigger explodes the target and each creature in the 5 rooms. Oh, so if you succeed, you just don't take the extra 2d6 damage.
Oh, that's
okay.
awesome.
So Freya, you will take. There was 5, so you'll take 2 cold since you're resistant.
Okay.
Scotty, does that end your turn?
Yep, that's it.
All right, that was the bottom of the round. Back up to the top. Aiello.
Wait, sorry, DM. Not to be the stick in. Blaze, did you roll for the dex save too? Because you were in melee range.
Oh, my
Sorry,
bad.
I had to step away. I did post a message in the chat for that. Give me 1 second here.
I will do that. No, you did. I missed it. I apologize.
Nope,
Remember, we still have those 3 temporary HP.
Yes.
That's going to be an 11 for me.
All right, so that would fit. So to fill you in, Scotty threw chucked an ice knife at the prone foe. Did manage to hit with the help of Ulf's portent. The ice hit her and exploded. You were kind of caught in the blast zone. You did fail the save, so you will take 5 points of cold damage.
I will take that. So because I am fire genasi, is that doubled for me or is that just straight 5?
Do you have any vulnerability to fire?
I didn't see
Don't
anything
believe you
during
do,
character
so I think it is
creation.
just a straight 5.
Cool. Just wanted to check because some DMs play it a little different. At least some of the DMs that I've been playing with have been played a little different. So give me 1 second.
No, that's fair. It's a worthy question to ask, but no, I'm going to say that unless your species on the sheet gives you vulnerability, I'm not going to worry about it.
And we have a reroll in chat. Banking on another one for Freya. Put it in the bank.
Put it in the bank.
All right.
Top of the round, Aiello. He said right as she took a drink. Look, yes, perfect timing.
Hydrating. Okay. So the ball of floof should not be a ball of floof anymore.
Yeah. So off to the side, the ball of floof that caught her attention has been slowly just growing and increasing inside, forming into a third mighty giant dire wolf.
Nice.
Mind you, that was a random roll
No,
on what animal that would be.
it was too, which is why I laughed when he's like, "I summoned 2 dire wolves." I think you did
I
too.
was like, okay, we're gonna do this. Gotcha. So
Fuckers.
I'm going to use my action
Okay.
to do a summon beast.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and make that one another wolf.
Wolf pack.
Oh my god, so many wolves.
Yes. And please educate me on when their turns will be for me.
Right after yours.
Okay. Awesome. And bonus
some
action.
DMs do it differently. It's just easier for me to do it that way.
Okay. And
Later.
quick question: how far away from the prone target am I?
You personally, not your wolf, but you personally are 30 feet away.
Okay. I am going to move up 10 feet and disrobe as I go.
Okay, you getting naked?
I'm getting naked. Which,
Okay then.
now that you guys think about it, it's kind of weird that a fawn was wearing boots. So,
True statement. True statement. All right. So your dire wolf, and then the real wolf kind of same thing, sort of loping out of the forest, but then sort of just appears adjacent to the foe. Aelo, you personally, do you do anything else?
other than just getting naked.
Okay. Your 2 wolves, your dire wolf and your wolf.
Yeah.
Can go. They
So
join the pack, I assume.
they do.
It's getting real crowded up in there.
Let me see. Sorry, I have got so many sheets pulled up here right now.
And you're running off of a PDF too, so that doesn't help.
Right. So I'm like this window, this window, this window, this tab, this tab, this tab. Like my 150 normal tabs weren't enough. So I'll have the dire wolf. Are they prone face down or face up? Just weird question.
Probably a little on their side.
Okay. The dire wolf is gonna go and grab a leg.
Okay. So the dire wolf.
Grab, bite, hold. Yes.
All right, go
Grab,
ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, what? On the wrong page. Hold on. Sorry. That is it's a dirty 20.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Okay. So let's see. And I just want it to bite and hold on. So for bite damage, give me So 6 plus 4 plus the spells up so that'll be 13.
Okay. 13 piercing. I am going to have you throw an athletics check to keep a hold of the critter.
Okay.
Because it is a slippery bugger.
Yeah. So that's going to be 11, so 11. Oh. So 17.
Okay. All right. The dire wolf bites down. But again, it's kind of that like shifting, moving kind of under its flesh, and you see it slides its foot out from its grasp. So it took the damage. Again, not as much, but it did manage to get out of its grip.
Okay. And let's see. So I'm not gonna move him.
Okay.
He'll just stay there. Doesn't get a bonus. So the other guy.
Yep.
Wait a second.
Making moon references in the chat.
I'm not even the DM. They get advantage on their next roll.
We're just having a fun time in the chat, just saying.
The second one's only at 18 to hit.
Oh, 18 hits.
Okay. It's not as good. Okay. Okay, so that one's only a 10, but I'm going for the arm. Kind of the diagonal arm from the leg that the other wolf grabbed.
Got it. Is this wolf trying to clamp down with the intention of holding on to? Okay.
Same thing, yeah.
So, same acrobatics check. Or not, athletics check.
Athletics, yeah. Gotcha. But, that one's only 19.
Against an 11, manages to hang on.
Woohoo! Okay, I'll leave him there.
Alright, perfect. Does that end your wolfie's turns?
Yes, they do not get bonus actions or.
Alright, your foe is going to go. The swirling vortex of cold that had surrounded it seems to harden and coalesce almost immediately. The wolf holding on to her, that is currently in contact with her, takes 10 points of cold damage. And then that was that. She is going to use this. You see she disappears into a series of basically. So they're snowflakes, but they're not like. They're snowflakes, but they're like the kind that you would cut out of folded paper when you were a kid.
Okay.
Just small. Like smaller than like a full sheet of paper, but like they fully look like that. So she into a swirling vortex of that. You see the vortex kind of swirl around and move out of the circle cluster fuck that you guys have created around her. And reappears next to who does she want to mess with? Reappears next to Aiello, because that wolf thing made her mad. It wasn't just that it hit her, it's that you tried to pin her down. And she's going to attack you with her candy cane.
Cool. Question. Reaction. How
Yes.
close is that to me?
Aiello, you'd move forward, what, 10 feet?
I did. Sorry, it was me.
No, you're good. So that is about 20 feet away from you, Blaze.
Cool. So next determination is going to depend on whether or not this hits.
Okay. I assume there's silent rolling happening.
I think
I just need to know whether it hits or not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, whether she hits or not. I'm with you now. Well, that is a good question. Aiello, does a 16 hit your AC?
Yeah. Yeah, especially since I took off my armor. Yes.
That is redirected as I activate my cloud rune as a reaction.
Nice.
Once per short rest, when you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to choose a different creature other than the attacker within 30 feet of you to become the target of the attack instead, using the same roll. I am choosing myself.
Okay. And as you are not within range, it just misses?
I'll leave the rules out for you. That's a DM call.
Okay, that's a DM call. So the blade shoots out unerringly towards Aello as this creature is kind of manifested behind her back. But at the last second, the blade sort of this faint sort of steaming mist sort of deflects the blade and like kind of flails ineffectually in your direction. She's real annoyed with you for that one. But she is going to take her second attack.
Do it.
All right. A 19 is going to hit unless somebody else has something crazy to pull out of their butt. All right. No.
I don't think I have anything else.
So there's
Out of curiosity, one of the rerolls that I was given, can I use that to make her reroll?
No.
Okay, that's worth a shot.
It was a worthy question to ask, but the answer is no. That's for you. Just for you. So yeah, the kind of causes like the first attack as she stabs, very much like a rapier, sort of deflects and waves ineffectually towards oh shit, Ignis. There we go. There's the name. She kind of looks at the stick like fuck, and then goes back again. This time, kind of stabbing you across your like clavicle. You're gonna take 18 points of piercing damage. That does, however, end her turn. Freya.
So, I has a question before I do this.
Yep.
So, the creature in turn is kind of a stuffy with, with ice on them at the moment.
Yes.
So there's no real bones to stop this. Would it be a reasonable thing for me to take an attack roll with the javelin? I'll do it in melee, so I got my full strength behind it. But can I just run their leg into the ground?
Sure. Yeah, we can do that. We'll treat it kind of the same way we did with the wolf. So go ahead and make an attack.
Okay. And she's only 30 feet away, right?
Yeah. Yeah. She's not even that. She's 20 feet. So yeah, you're able to get up to her without a problem.
Okay. That is a nat 20 for the hit.
Ooh, that's a crit right there.
So then that is 3d6 for me.
Sure is.
Very nice.
Uh, 21 for the javelin.
And you added your d4s?
Oh, I did not. So 24.
Nice.
Okay.
As you stab down that sort of collected cold energy that surrounded her, kind of explodes, hitting you all over your face and arms and legs and whatever, for what would be 10 points of cold damage, but you are resistant, so you will take 5.
Okay.
And then I need you to make an athletics check, and because you did make a crit, I'm going to give you advantage on this roll.
Well, I had advantage either way.
Yep.
For the athletics to pin her?
Yeah, I'm raging.
Oh, barbarian.
Exactly.
I know how barbarians work, I promise. What did you roll on your athletics?
So that is going to be an 18.
Okay. You see as you jam this thing down into her foot, and attempt to penetrate straight through, she almost manages to slip the foot out at the last second, but you manage to get purchase and shove it straight through. More of that kind of bright red, viscous liquid kind of squirting out.
Who said you could leave? And then I'm going to hit her with my axe.
Do it.
Don't forget you have advantage.
Yep. Dirty 20 for the hit.
Yeah, you're gonna hit.
$15 for the axe.
All right, the axe bites into her again, doing less damage than you would hope, but still hurting her. She at this point is looking pretty ravaged. I do use the if you're not familiar with the term, I do use bloodied, meaning they're at half hit points or below half hit points.
Gotcha.
That's the one thing of the 4th edition that I think was worth anything. Does that end your turn, Freya?
Yes.
All right. Ulf. Ulf and the Dia puppies.
Ulf, well, you're going to see the starlight coalesce around the star map that's hanging around his neck.
Okay.
And a guiding bolt is going to lance out.
Oh, I love that for you guys, not so much for her.
I'm going to re-roll that.
Because you've got the reroll.
That's a nat 20.
All right. That is a bad day for my friend here. Yeah. Roll crit damage with your radiant fucking damage. Ugh.
That is 20 radiant damage.
20 radiant damage. So, as a GM, I try to listen to my players and I try to make sure that people are do the things that make them comfortable that they like.
Mhm.
And I've had some feedback that not everybody enjoys this, so I'm going to give you the option. Do you want to describe the kill, or would you like me to?
I would like to.
By all means.
So Ulf aims the guiding bolt into one of the gashes, and the starlight, the radiant light, zooms inside it and just bursts the elf.
Okay.
And the head goes flying up in the air.
So the plastic-looking head kind of shoots straight up like a bottle rocket, and you see bits and pieces of fluff and that reddish goo spatter everywhere. As this happens, dozens upon dozens of tiny-sized, like the size of roughly a cat, little elf on a shelves scatter, running in all directions.
I had one more thing of flavor.
All right, hit me.
The head up in the air, Ulf wants to use his archer attack to blow it up in midair.
As it reaches its apex, the mote of starlight hits it, and it just explodes like a firework. This one, not the haunting red and white of the peppermint vision. This one, much more of a red and green, much more festive. Within keeping of the holiday season, as it explodes in brilliant light. The wolves, each in their turn, start chasing after the fleeing tiny elves on shelves.
As they are running away, she's going to turn around and scream at them, "Stop watching when we're naughty!"
Sometimes it's
Good
I'm
things
just,
to bad rubbish.
I'm just picturing all the wolves just grabbing them and shaking them like toys. Just
Absolutely.
Squeaky toys.
If you've ever seen a big puppy boy or puppy doggo grab hold of like a chew toy, it's very much that.
I mean, that was kind of my intention with the grabbing of limbs. I'm like, I want them to rip it apart.
Oh, I love that.
It did not play out,
I love
but
that.
it was fun.
Any other before I start getting into the denouement, because we're running up on time here? Any other bits of denouement that you all want to add to this?
Yeah,
yeah. Sorry.
Oh, you see Bryn's like she has necrotic energy building up, and then like she sees this explodes and like, oh, And I'm just gonna do a prayer of healing for everyone.
ALO, you had a thing?
Oh yeah, well, I was disrobing and I'm like naked, but it's very Barbie doll. You guys just see kind of just very Barbie doll genetics. You know, I see all the little things scattery, and then I go ahead and I shift into a giant goat, but it looks exactly like the British one from the stable. And then I run around and I stomp on as many of the little tiny little bastards as I can.
Nice.
Anyone who was hurt gains 16 points of healing back.
Love that.
Except for the elf. Fuck the elf.
Continuing on the conversation from earlier.
The roar from the distance away culminates in a dark form flying up and overhead, completely ignoring you. But I wanted my little gingerbread dragon to make an appearance. I put it up in the Discord, and I'm going to throw it up in the stream here. Blech. Throw it up in the stream here in just a second.
It wasn't a myth.
Okay. I told you.
It's adorable. I couldn't eat it.
I would like to boop the snoot.
Oh,
I want to pet it.
oh, it looks delicious, but you know that frosting tastes like tar.
Yeah,
Fair.
frosting is glue. That's how you hold it together.
Yeah.
So you return. We're gonna storyline this out a little bit. You return to Asgard. You awaken Sleipnir. It's not that difficult. And lead him back through the North Gate to the stables of Asgard, where you see three figures awaiting you. You see Fursetti, the big polar bear man. You see a winged, very statuesque feminine form in the form of Freya. And you see Odin himself. Not in his usual grays, wearing brightly colored red and green, fur-lined traveling clothes, a broad-brimmed hat. And you see Fursetti steps forward as you lead Sleipnir. You see Odin kind of reaches out and takes the reins, giving you a nod with a slight twinkle of his one good eye.
For notes, whenever Freya sees Odin, she takes a knee.
Okay. You see Fursetti. You've done very well. I'm very pleased and impressed. That is probably not the last we will see of Carol, but I'm sure she'll be back again.
It's Carol?
I will explain that in a minute. You have earned your place. And with permission, he kind of glances over his shoulder at the two other deities, and you see they both nod. He turns first to Ulf. You have acquitted yourself incredibly well. Your knowledge of the stars, your knowledge of woodcraft, your prowess in battle, your ability to summon animals to your side to fight. These are all things that are sought after. You have your choice. Would you like to sit at Freya's table, at the Folkvanger? Would you like to dine in the halls of Valhalla with the other Einherjar?
Would I get to come visit the children here?
Fursetti smiles. I will see to it that is part of it for you, yes.
I enjoy telling them their fortunes. I would like to go with Freya.
You see he gestures, and Freya kind of just opens her arms to you. She gives you a big old hug. It's very warm and snuggly.
Ulf slowly, haltingly returns the embrace.
And as she folds her arms and wings around you, the rest of you see Ulf's form dissolve into starlight. And he is gone. Persetti turns to Ignis. Ignis, your skill in battle, your rather amusing deception in the stable, your wit, and your bright, brilliant hair have earned you a similar choice. Would you like to go to Folkvanger with Freya or Valhalla with Odin?
I choose Freya in this case. And I
He
thank you for
gestures.
the option.
He gestures, and Freya once again kind of opens her arms and wings to you. Do you accept the embrace?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
She wraps her arms and wings around you, and you feel warm, comforted. And once again, you all watch as Ignis's brilliant, fiery form fades in a burst of flame. Persetti turns then to Scotty. You too have a choice to make in this instance. Your acute ability to see the fringes of our reality, to see the magic that exists, to conjure cold and the winter as a weapon. These are all useful skills. Would you like to go with Freya or Odin?
Freya.
And once again, Freya embraces you. And in a blast of icy wind, she's gone. Persetti turns then to the half-orc Freya. You kicked some serious ass out there. And you were able to track possibly the most irritating elf. You all contributed, obviously, but these are skills that are, well, could be put to good use in either place. I have a sneaking suspicion I know where you're going to go, though. Odin or Freya?
So her raven will land on her shoulder. As a humble servant of Odin, I actually have a request. May I join Odin in the wild hunt?
Odin turns, that twinkling blue eye looking at you, as Persetti kind of turns to defer to him. And you hear the deep, rumbling, wise old voice. Of course, Freya. I would be happy to have you at my side. He holds out a hand, kind of like a warrior shake, like a wrist to wrist kind of thing.
Yep. And she will stand and...
Okay. You move he kind of, with that shake, kind of moves you to a side. You don't disappear. You just kind of stand at his side. Forsetti turns to Brent. Child of the Fae, your humor, your wit, your joy is not gone unnoticed. I have a slightly different offer for you. You could go to Valhalla, you could go to Folkwanger, or you could stand by Loki's side.
Oh, now that's an interesting offer. And Traveler, it's good to see you again, ma'am.
They both incline their heads to you.
I think a man as tortured as him needs a companion. I think he needs a kinder voice on his shoulder. I think I'll stay with Loki.
A flash of incredibly intense, vaguely purplish light pervades the area, and you see Loki himself. This time in like full Marvel MCU Tom Hiddleston regalia, like not even a nod to the mythic version, just full Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah, girl.
Wasn't the intention, but I'm going for it.
And he says,
Do it up.
he turns to you and he says, excellent. I'd love to have you at my side. And he kind of looks over at Forsetti, Odin, and Freya, and he looks over at Aiello. It's like, I'd take that one too if she's willing. You see Forsetti turns to you, Aiello. He says, well, the offer has been made. You could go to Valhalla, you could go to Folkvanger, or you could travel with Bryn and Loki and see what trouble you could get into. Your intelligence, your bravery, your ability to talk with animals and get results. That's the biggest thing I've found about talking with animals. It's getting answers. Where would you like to go?
For those being my choices, while being Loki's wingman doesn't quite sound as appealing, and if I am not able to beseech Manan and MacLear and be taken to Tirnanog where I rightfully belong, instead of this place, then I will take my adventures with Loki and not be stated in one place, and perhaps I may be able to travel to the realm and see my own people again.
Rossetti pauses, and you see him turn. And he looks back at the trio of other deities. Aiello is a creature of the Tuatha Danann and wishes to stay at the side of Manannán. You know I have a kinship with Manannán. Would it be acceptable if I were to deliver her thusly? And you see Odin. She's earned the right. I say, I. Freya just kind of nods. Loki kind of, shame. Takes Bryn's hand, and then just that purple light just, and they're gone. You see Forsetti turns to you. If you wish to stand with Menon and MacLear, I'll take you there.
It is where my heart lies. I miss my folk.
Then let's get you thence. Let's get you hence. That's what I meant to say. He offers an arm. Do you take it?
Absolutely.
And in a puff of brilliant white fur, you disappear from the realm of Asgard. Freya, you participate in the wild hunt. It is every bit the joy that you hoped it would be. The rest of you live out your afterlives very happy with the choices that you have made. I will add as an aside, ALO, Forseti and Mananin partake in a drinking contest. Forseti loses. And that, I think, is where we're going to leave it for there.
That was a tale well told.
It was.
Thank
It
you.
was a blast.
That was so sweet. It was an Arctic blast.
It was an Arctic blast. Did all of my players, did you have fun?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
I have not had that fun in a long while, so thank you.
Good. I'm so glad. That pleases me very much.
A DM to DM question. What was your dragon's breath weapon?
It was hot. it was hot cider.
I love that.
No, here's the thing. I didn't build it. There's a legit gingerbread dragon stat block in D&D Beyond. It's a thing. Apparently, somebody wants my attention.
I'll be right back.
That's how I die. That's how I die.
Right? Right. I'm going to boot the snoot. That's a thing that's happening.
That was rad. I did not expect to be the Loki sympathizer, but that's
Not gonna lie, if Forseti hadn't said he'd fix it so that Ulf could come and tell his fortunes to the kids, he would refuse the choice.
That's fair.
oh,
That's
Yep.
fair. I want to ask the chat. I hope everybody enjoyed yourselves. Please let me know. 10 out of 10 must do again. I love this. Man, I had so much fun. This was a blast. I was not expecting this to go honestly as well as it did, and I have to attribute. I legitimately, I'm not blowing smoke up y'all's butts, but I have to attribute that to the fact that you guys showed up, you bought in immediately, you leaned into the sort of ridiculata of it all. So genuinely, my hat is off to you. I would do this again in a heartbeat. We may have to make this a yearly thing. I've been informed that apparently I need to just do a regular D&D game for my heathen crowd, which I don't know if I have time or spoons for, but yeah. Anyway, before we end us out, do you guys have any final thoughts or questions or anything like that you want to share? My players.
So, two things. One,
Yeah.
I agree with you that we should do this at least once a year. I would say we should probably do it more often. In fact, if everybody else is okay with it and you're willing to let me steal your stream, maybe I'll throw together a one-shot at some point and we'll all go at this again. But not as a holiday thing, presumably, maybe just a straight-up one-shot or what have you.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
sounds
you
fun.
could theme it off the 4 big holidays of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be
True.
nice.
I agree. So I'm only a new DM, right? I've only been DMing for the last couple of years, but I've been a player since about 2004. And having sunk most of my resources into DMing, I've forgotten what it's like to be a player.
I feel that in my soul.
That's why I often
Well, that's, there's
Having-
several of us that are DMs, and if we're doing it the 4 holidays, we can rotate, and that way our blind heathen gets to play.
This is a thing I would actually thoroughly enjoy, is getting together with you lot even just once a year, if not more, and expressing joy for the holidays, celebrating those holidays, and kind of just basking in the glory of the energy, if that makes sense, and honoring the gods or what have you, whatever that means for your campaign. Hit me up anytime.
Cool.
So let's make that a soft spring solstice.
Well, let's
Ooh,
continue
sounds
this
fun.
conversation off of stream. I do want to end us out. Is there anything else that anybody wants to add before we go?
You threw me off a little bit by having it be an elf on a shelf for the big bad. I was not expecting that.
There's nothing more horrifying than that stupid freaking elf.
Thank you so much for the wonderful chat, for being interactive.
Oh my god, the chat was
Yes.
amazing. I'm so happy
Yeah.
you all were here.
Yeah.
I realized that a lot of them are like friends and family members of of me and our various players and whatnot. But like, legitimately, you guys were so awesome. I wasn't able to watch the chat as closely as I usually would. Thank you, Blaze, by the way, for taking up that. I very much appreciate that. That made it easier for me to to do what I needed to do.
I do a stream, like I do stream, not professionally, but more amateurly. So kind of watching the chat is a thing that I do. I'm at your disposal if you need it.
We'll talk. I might ask if you can mod for me periodically. All right.
As the chat goes, one last thing. I said that Sarah said if their players didn't come, they'd be rolling disadvantage for their next game.
Yeah. Didn't say that, but it would have stood true.
That's
Hydrate.
great.
Nothing
Says
says
the water. I'll hydrate later.
I'll hydrate.
I
for you.
love my players so much. They're Chris, I believe Holly, Schmitty for sure, and then Tim is out there. So I appreciate y'all.
So if I might just say,
Yeah.
cheers to a new annual holiday, maybe?
Maybe.
And a blessed solstice.
Cheers. Blessed solstice.
All right, my friends, my family, my shield kin. Thank you so much for watching. Have a very, very wonderful holiday, a very wonderful Yule. We will see you another time.
Bye.
Bye.